Chapter 1033. When Li Wangyu learned from Chang Chumo and the others that if he had not escaped from the desert bandit camp, he would have only needed to wait a few more days to be rescued safely, his mouth could not help but open wide, speechless. Did this count as thinking that he was smart? He had spent so much effort to make the sand boat, but the result was simply a waste of effort. Li Wangyu even thought that if he had not escaped to the grasslands and had not met Adi and the Hurut tribe, then would the tragedy that happened to the Hurut tribe not have happened? Thinking of this, he could not help but raise his hand and slap himself. Li Wangyu's action startled everyone, not understanding what was wrong with him. On the other hand, Ague immediately understood and shook his head at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, wolves eat sheep, is it because of the sheep's fault? Those nobles of Shui Yantua are hungry wolves that eat meat without spitting out the bones. It has nothing to do with you. Chang Chumo and the others did not understand and quickly asked Li Wangyu what happened after he escaped from the desert bandit camp. When they heard that it was the Hurut tribe who saved Li Wangyu, but because Li Wangyu helped them to make salt, they were all angry and cursed. That bullshit Prince Dajua, he really deserves to die. Ziyu, you did a good job, you should have killed that bastard. Yes. Not only that Dajua deserves to die, Shelly Xiao and Yinan who chased you before also deserve to die. If I knew they were such bastards, I would not have let those Shui Yantua people go. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of the grasslands. Let them go? It's not that easy. Brother Chumo, how many men do you have now? Chang Chumo did not understand Li Wangyu's meaning. There are 10,000 cavalry. After Chang Yaojin led the troops to destroy the desert bandit camp next to Swan Lake, he led the troops back to the western region. As the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, he was busy cleaning up Li Wangyu's mess. Naturally, he could not stay in the desert and wait for news, but those playboys were not willing to give up. Besides, Mi Tuo did not find Li Wangyu and did not dare to return to Chang'an, so he simply asked Chang Yaojin for permission and led 10,000 Tang Dynasty cavalry to stay at Swan Lake for the time being. Over the past few days, they had been sending out military scouts to search the desert. Of course, the result was nothing. Therefore, after Chang Chumo and the other debauches had a discussion, they decided to lead their troops to the grasslands to see if they could find any trace of Li Wangyu. After all, according to the explanation of the desert robbers, when Li Wangyu escaped, he went in the direction of Shui Yantua. Mi Tuo had a headache over this. He wanted to stop this group of silk pants from messing around. No matter what, the Shui Yantua Khanate was a grassland country. Chang Chumo and the others did not say anything and led 10,000 Tang cavalry to the grasslands. No matter how one looked at it, it was a diplomatic matter. If the barbarian Khan complained to Pai Lupi because of this, he, as the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, would be punished. But how could Chang Chumo and his group of silk pants listen to Mi Tuo's advice? Without saying anything, they led 10,000 troops and horses and headed towards the grasslands. By a freak combination of factors, he happened to save Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu heard that Chang Chumo led 10,000 Tang cavalry, he punched his own palm and said, "That's good. Brothers, there is no time to lose. While Shelly has not escaped far away, let's chase after him together. Damn it, this time I almost suffered a big loss. I must make that son of a bitch pay the price." Chang Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others were not people who minded big things. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted to lead troops to chase after Shelly, they naturally rubbed their fists and were very excited. Only Mi Tuo's head hurt more. "Your Highness, you have just escaped danger. Why don't you return to Chang'an first? His Majesty is still waiting for your news in Chang'an. What's more, our Tang Dynasty and Shui Yantua have always been harmonious. Without His Majesty's edict, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for your Highness to lead troops privately." Before Mi Tuo could finish, Li Wangyu glared at him and said, "Nonsense. Shui Yantua knew my identity and still dared to send troops to chase after me. Where is the harmony to speak of? If we let it go like this, where is the face of our Tang Dynasty? Mi Tuo, I am still the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, right? As the saying goes, when a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of His Majesty. After I get my revenge, I will explain to His Majesty. Mi Tuo really could not refute Li Wangyou's words. Although the general manager of the Western Expedition Army was now Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi did not remove Li Wangyou from his position. After all, at that time in the imperial court, everyone thought that Li Wangyou had died and even conferred him the title of Prince of Qin. Now Li Wangyou had returned safely. He and Cheng Yaojin had become the general managers of the Western Expedition Army. Of course, Li Wangyou would not compete with Cheng Yaojin for the position of general manager. He just wanted to use this title to lead the troops. Mi Tuo was choked by Li Wangyou's words and could not speak for a long time. However, this guy was also a shrewd person. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Your Highness, Shui Yantuo dared to chase after you. His Majesty naturally will not forgive them. It's natural for your Highness to vent your anger. The old slave naturally does not dare to stop you. But the Wangfei is still waiting for your Highness in Chang'an. Also, your Highness may not know yet, right? The Wangfei gave birth to a boy and a girl for your Highness. Shouldn't your Highness go back to visit them first? Mi Tuo's words made Li Wangyou's eyes almost pop out. He grabbed Mi Tuo and said, Mi Tuo, what did you say? Changqing gave birth to a boy and a girl? I have a son and a daughter? Hee. How could the old slave dare to deceive your Highness? Everyone knows this. His Majesty even conferred them the titles of Prince and Princess of Fufeng. TSK. The noble families of Chang, and are in awe of them. Mi Tuo hurriedly replied with a smile. I have a son and a daughter? Li Wangyou still could not believe it. He turned to look at Niu Wu and the other rich playboys. Niu Wu nodded and laughed. That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun. Your wife really gave birth to a boy and a girl. Cheng Chumo and the others also laughed. Zio is so lucky to have a boy and a girl. This is indeed a joyous occasion. This news made Li Wangyou so excited that he almost wanted to leave and rush back to Chang, and to see his son and daughter. However, when his gaze landed on Adian, his expression of excitement instead slowly faded. Then he slowly shook his head. When this matter is over, I will naturally hurry back to Chang'an. However, right now I want that Shelly Shui to pay with his blood. Thinking of the women and children who died tragically in the Hurut tribe, thinking of Yeruo's pale body, thinking of the men of the Hurut tribe who sacrificed themselves along the way, thinking of those men who rushed to the fire like moths, Li Wangyou temporarily put away the thought of rushing back to Chang and to reunite with Su Changqing and his children. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. He would be ashamed to return to Chang'an. Mi Tuo could not help but be dumbfounded. He did not know how to persuade him anymore. Only now did Adian know Li Wangyou's true identity. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. How could he have known that the person he picked up from the grassland was actually a prince of the Tang dynasty? Seeing that Li Wangyou was going to lead 10,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty back to the grassland to avenge him and the Hurut tribe, Adian was a little scared. Chapter 1034. Qin, your Highness. Adi didn't know what to say and stuttered for a while. After all, he was just an ordinary herdsman on the grassland. He had never seen such a big shot as Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou saw Adi's uneasiness. He pulled him to his side and put his arm around Adi's shoulder intimately. He laughed and scolded. Your Highness, my ass. Dalung. Don't you recognize me? Don't talk so much nonsense. Get on the horse. Let's go and find that bastard Shelly to settle accounts. We must avenge the Hurut tribe. Adi couldn't say anything other than nodding his head desperately. His head was still buzzing. He felt that everything was too unimaginable. Under Li Wangyou's insistence, 10,000 Tang cavalrymen set off immediately and followed the wolf riders to the grassland. Mi Tuo had no choice but to order his subordinates, the cavalry department, to send people back to Chang and immediately to report this to Pai Lupi. He gritted his teeth and followed the army. In fact, Mi Tuo was very happy. No matter what, he had found Li Wangyou. He had worked hard. At least Pai Lupi wouldn't punish him for this. As for what trouble Li Wangyou would cause by leading 10,000 Tang cavalrymen into the grassland, it had nothing to do with him. As far as Mi Tuo was concerned, he supported Li Wangyou in his heart. Shui Yantua dared to chase and kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. If he didn't take revenge for this, where would the face of the Tang dynasty go? No matter what, he should teach Shui Yantua a lesson. But whether it was Mi Tuo or Chang Chumo, Li Wangyu just wanted to vent his anger. Whether or not they could catch up to the 5,000 wolf cavalry was another matter for the time being. In any case, if they chased for a few days, Li Wangyu would be able to vent the anger in his heart and forget about it. As for how Pai Lupi wanted to vent Li Wangyu's anger, that was the business of the officials in the court. Li Wangyu led the 10,000 cavalry across the desert, following the direction of the wolf cavalry's escape and giving chase. How could Shelley have guessed that Li Wangyu's vengeful heart would be so strong? He failed to kill Li Wangyu and could only lead the wolf riders to retreat. After the 5,000 wolf riders entered the grassland, they slowed down and walked into the depths of the grassland in frustration. Along the way, Shelley. Now that the matter of Shui Yantua chasing after Li was exposed, he didn't know how his father would explain it to Emperor Tang. Shelley was upset. Just as he was vexed, he heard a scout report that the 10,000 Tang cavalry had actually charged out of the desert and were chasing after them. Shelley to Shelley. This is the territory of our Xianchuo Khanate. How dare they chase us into the prairie? However, he didn't think that since Shui Yantua dared to chase Li Wangyu for thousands of miles even though he knew Li Wangyu's identity, what was so strange about Li Wangyu's counterattack? Although Shelley Ku was leading Shui Yantua's most elite wolf cavalry, they did not have the courage to fight against the Tang cavalry. This was not surprising. Having defeated the Eastern Turks, the overlord of the grassland, the Tang dynasty's cavalry was in high spirits. Not to mention Shui Yantua, who had only been established a few years ago, even the Western Turks and Goguryeo were not taken seriously by the Tang dynasty's cavalry. With such a great reputation, how could Shui dare to use only 5,000 wolf cavalry to fight against many with few? Therefore, after learning that Li Wangyu was leading 10,000 Tang cavalry to chase after him, Shelley Ku did not even dare to resist and directly ordered a retreat. In Shelley's view, the Tang cavalry should not dare to enter the grassland, so why should he take the risk to fight the Tang army? As long as he retreated a few hundred li, Shelley Ku could meet up with the tens of thousands of Shui Yantua cavalry. At that time, if the Tang army still chased after him, he did not mind defeating the Tang army in one fell swoop and teach Li Wangyu a deep lesson. The 5,000 wolf cavalry followed Shelley Ku in a very sorry state as they ran toward the direction of Military Governor Mountain. Behind them, the 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry under the leadership of Li Wangyu were in hot pursuit. One chased while the other fled. In a few days, a few hundred li passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of Li Wangyu, the Tang army had already entered deep into the heart of the Xianchuo Khanate. Mi Tuo could not take it anymore. One day after the army set up camp, he went to find Li Wangyu and said, "Your Highness, we have already chased for 5 or 6 days. Now that the army is alone deep in the grassland, we have no reinforcements and no supplies. We cannot continue to chase like this." At this moment, Chang Chumo and the other playboys also felt nervous. Originally, they thought that Li Wangyu just wanted to vent his anger. However, the current situation was just as Mi Tuo had said. The 10,000 cavalry were alone deep in the grassland. If they were not careful, they might really be surrounded by the Xianchuo people. If they were to fall to such a state, they would really have nowhere to cry. Fang Yai hesitated for a moment and also said, "Zio, why not let that Shelley go for now? We will return to Chang'an first and settle the score with them in the future." "That's right, Zio. The army has no reinforcements and no supplies. It is too risky." Yesterday, the scouts reported that there are already tens of thousands of troops gathered around Shelley Ku. If we continue to chase like this, things will not be good. "Zio, let's retreat." The other playboys all advised. Currently, there were not only 5,000 wolf cavalry beside Shelley Ku. He ran all the way north. At the same time, he did not forget to gather up the Xianchuo cavalry that were scattered on the grassland to search for Li Wangyu and Adi. In a few days, Shelley Ku had gathered 50,000 cavalry around him. 10,000 Tang cavalry needed to deal with 50,000 or even more Xianchuo cavalry. No wonder Cheng Chumo and the others did not have confidence. Li Wangyu was not nervous. He also knew that Mi Tuo and the others were right. However, in his eyes, this was not a problem. There were many herding tribes on the grassland. Even if the Tang army did not rob them, they would be able to buy enough food with money. Thinking about it, those tribes would not dare to not sell their livestock to the Tang army. Hence, food was not a problem. As for going deep alone, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Shui Yantuo's army was stronger than theirs. Mi Tuo and the other playboys naturally did not know that 10 years later, in the 20th year of Chang'an, Li Ji used just 6,000 cavalry to force Xianchuo's 200,000 army to flee. If Li Ji could do it with 6,000 cavalry, why couldn't he, Li Wangyu, with his 10,000 elite cavalry? The Xianchuo cavalry's stupid dismounted cavalry formation, in his eyes, could not withstand a single blow. Back then, 100 herdsmen had been able to defeat 500 to 600 Shui Yantuo cavalrymen under his command. Not to mention that Li Wangyu now had the Tang Empire's cavalry, which had been invincible on the grassland. Even Li Wangyu was pondering in his heart if he defeated Sheli, should he go all the way to the Overseer Mountain, to the place where Shui Yantuo's palace was, and capture the barbarian Khan alive, and bring him back to Chang'an to accompany Sheli Khan of the Eastern Tujue. If Mi Tuo or Cheng Chumo knew about his thoughts, they would be so scared that they would fall off their horses. 10,000 elite cavalry to fight against Xianchuo, who had 200,000 soldiers. If this was not crazy, what was? Li Wangyu, facing the persuasion of the others, laughed. Hee, brothers, we have been chasing for so many days. I think that Sheli Ku can't hold it in anymore. Even if we want to retreat, we have to fight with Sheli Ku first. If we retreat from the grassland like this, where will the face of the Tang dynasty be? Hearing him say this, Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. At this moment, Sheli Ku, who had troops in his hands and was running away, finally had enough courage. He had enough of being chased by Li Wangyu and finally ordered the whole army to stop and prepare to meet the Tang army. A great battle that would shock the grassland was about to begin. Chapter 1035. In Shui Yantuo's Overseer Mountain Royal Court, Tang Songling waited bitterly for more than 10 days before he finally received a notice that the barbarian Khan wanted to see him. Tang Songling did not dare to delay and quickly went to the king's tent to meet the barbarian Khan. He had received an order to go to the Mabe dynasty to find the Qin Wang, Li Wangyu. Tang Songling could not help but feel anxious about this matter. But he did not expect that as soon as he entered the king's tent, before he could greet the barbarian Khan shouted angrily at him, "Assistant Minister Tang, although Shui Yantuo is a small country, it will not be humiliated by the Tang dynasty. Tell me, why did the Qin Wang lead 10,000 troops to attack Shui Yantuo? Is the Tang dynasty ready to start a war with Shui Yantuo?" Tang Songling was stunned, not understanding what the barbarian Khan was talking about. Immediately, his face was full of shock. "Barbarian Khan, may I ask what you mean by that? Is the Qin Wang referring to His Highness Qin Wang of the Tang dynasty?" "That's right. Your Tang dynasty asked this Khan to help find the whereabouts of the Qin Wang in the grasslands. This Khan kindly helped and sent a large number of soldiers to search for the whereabouts of the Qin Wang. But this Khan did not expect that my kindness would be treated as ill intent. A few days ago, your Qin Wang led 10,000 cavalry to invade Shui Yantuo. Assistant Minister Tang, if you don't give this Khan an explanation, don't blame this Khan for turning hostile." The barbarian Khan was actually cursing in his heart. He did not expect that his son Sheli led 5,000 wolf cavalry to chase Li Wangyu. Not only did they not succeed, but they also allowed Li Wangyu to gather 10,000 Tang cavalry and kill their way into the grasslands. When Sheli Luo fled, naturally he sent someone to deliver a message to Overseer Mountain at top speed. When the barbarian Khan heard about this, he was also shocked. Chasing Li Wangyu was not only failed, but also exposed. This was no small matter. The barbarian Khan did not care about the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu. What he was afraid of was that after Pai Lupi found out about this, he would use this as an excuse to raise his troops to attack Shui Yantuo. Therefore, in order to stabilize the Tang dynasty, He immediately summoned Tang Songling and directly put all the blame on Li Wangyu. Tang Songling was overjoyed. He did not care whether Li Wangyu crossed the line or whether he had a conflict with Shui Yantua. As long as he could find the whereabouts of Li Wangyu, his trip to Mabe would not be in vain. Tang Songling straightened his back even more in the face of the foreign Khan's interrogation. Originally, he was asking for a favor, so he lowered his attitude. Otherwise, how could he, a fourth-rank imperial court official and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, be afraid of the Khan of the Steppe Khanate? Bah! Not to mention that Shui Yantua had only been established for a few years. The Tang dynasty did not even take it seriously. So what if it was the Eastern Turks? When Sheli Khan was offered as a captive in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, countless people came to watch. Although Pai Lupi appointed him as the right general and gave him good land and beautiful houses in Chang'an, including the people who would take him as a proper right general. Although the barbarian Khan was given the title of real Zerija Khan by Pai Lupi, in the eyes of the Tang dynasty, he was just a barbarian. Tang Songling chuckled and replied with an indifferent tone. Khan of the barbarian tribe, you can't say that. Who in the world doesn't know that His Highness King of Qin is the personal disciple of Daozu in the mortal world? He has his reasons for doing things. As for His Highness King of Qin leading the troops into Shui Yantua, I think he has his reasons. What do you mean? Assistant Minister Tang, does the Tang dynasty really want to be enemies with Shui Yantua? Hearing this, the barbarian Khan was furious and the golden cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. In the tent, a few of Shui Yantua's guards pulled out their steel sabers and glared at Tang Songling fiercely. Tang Songling did not even bat an eyelid, ignoring Shui Yantua's threat. Ever since they defeated the Eastern Turks, the Tang people were the proudest people in the world. Tang Songling treated a mere Shui Yantua as nothing. As long as this barbarian Khan was not crazy, Tang Songling did not believe that he would dare to touch him. As an envoy of the Tang dynasty, he still had this bit of pride and confidence. Barbarian Khan, don't forget that you are the real Zerija Khan appointed by His Majesty. Could it be that you've forgotten your identity? As an official of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words? Tang Songling's words were not wrong. Although the barbarian Khan established the Shui Yantua Khanate, he was appointed by Pai Lupi. Thus, Shui Yantua was a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, and the barbarian Khan was an official of Pai Lupi. In a sense, Li Wangyu's status as a prince was on par with the barbarian Khan or even higher. If Li Wangyu led his troops to attack Shui Yantua, it would at most be an internal conflict between two nobles. It was far from a war between two countries, and the barbarian Khan did not have the right to threaten the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan naturally understood Tang Songling's words, and so did the guards in the tent. Many of the Shui Yantua guards gritted their teeth in anger. If looks could kill, Tang Songling would have been riddled with holes. How could the barbarian Khan not hate him? Although he was an official of the Tang dynasty, he was an ambitious person. After the Eastern Turks fell, he saw himself as the king of the grassland. At this moment, Tang Songling's words were like knives, stripping away the barbarian Khan's pride layer by layer. How could he not be angry? He really wanted to immediately order his men to hack Tang Songling to death and chop him into minced meat to vent his anger. However, in the end, the barbarian Khan did not dare to do so. Killing Tang Songling was easy, but Shui Yantua would have to be buried with him. Facing the giant of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yantua could not afford to offend them. This was different from killing Li Wangyu in the dark. Even if Pai Lupi questioned him afterwards, he could push the blame to Li Wangyu for assassinating his son. However, killing an official of the Tang dynasty meant that he would not rest until one of them was dead. The barbarian Khan's eyes were bloodshot. Breathing heavily, he stared at Tang Songling for a long time before finally sitting back down on his seat. Good. Since the Qin king has led his troops to attack me and the Tang dynasty did not care about this, then don't blame me for being impolite. This Khan wants to see if Qin Wang really has the ability to reach the heavens, to be able to resist my Shui Yantua's army of 50,000 with just 10,000 troops. Swords and sabers on the battlefield do not have eyes. If anything happens to the Qin king, don't blame me. The barbarian Khan was also counting on his son, Shelley, to lead the 50,000-strong army to defeat the Tang army in one fell swoop. Tang Songling sighed in his heart. He did not know why Li Wangyu would charge into the grassland after meeting up with the Tang army. Moreover, as the barbarian Khan said, the odds of winning against 50,000-strong army were not high. However, Tang Songling had confidence in the steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty. In his opinion, even if Li Wangyu could not defeat Shui Yantuo's 50,000-strong army, it should not be a problem for him to retreat safely. Therefore, he was not worried about Li Wangyu's safety. As for how to solve these problems, he would let the big shots in the imperial court have a headache. Therefore, Tang Songling did not take the barbarian Khan's threat to heart. The two of them did not see eye to eye. Tang Songling casually greeted the barbarian Khan and left the tent. However, he was not in a hurry to return to Chang'an. Instead, he stayed at Overseer Mountain, planning to see the result of the battle between the Tang army and Shui Yantuo before making any plans. While the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling were confronting each other, on the grassland hundreds of miles away from Overseer Mountain, the Tang army and Shui Yantuo's army were also several miles apart. They had set up camp and were confronting each other. In the Tang army's tent, Li Wangyu was very excited and was fiddling with a steel crossbow in his hand. Chapter 1036. The steel crossbow in Li Wangyu's hands was not unfamiliar to him at all. Other than the lack of a scope, it was basically a replica of the composite steel crossbow that he had Yen Liban make for him when he made a bet with those rich kids. Li Wangyu did not expect that in the past year, Pai Lupi would actually order the construction supervisor to make this composite steel crossbow and personally name it the Sky-Raising Crossbow. It was also thanks to Li Wangyu's hydraulic press. Otherwise, the Tang dynasty would not have been able to make so much steel to make this composite steel crossbow. In history, the Tang dynasty did not pay much attention to crossbows. In the art of war of the Tang dynasty's Duke Wei, the ratio of crossbowmen was the lowest, only about 14%. In each army, the ratio of crossbowmen was even lower, usually only 10%. Other than Jianghuai crossbowmen, the status of crossbowmen in the Tang dynasty was far lower than archers. The reason was naturally because crossbows had a short shooting range, slow reloading speed, and were good at defense and not good at offense. The generals of the Great Tang didn't have much hope in using a weapon like the crossbow to restrain the charging cavalry from afar. In the Tang army, the Mo sword and cavalry were the most important soldiers. However, Li Wangyu's composite steel crossbow not only had a long shooting range, but it also had a booster, which was not only fast but also labor-saving. Pai Lupi, as the emperor of the horse and the big shot who took down half of the Tang dynasty, how could he not see the use of this steel crossbow? Therefore, even though it was very expensive to make a composite steel crossbow, he gritted his teeth and ordered the construction supervisor to make it in large quantities and start to equip it to the army. Today, of the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu, 2,000 crossbowmen were equipped with the Sky-Raising Crossbow. In fact, it was not correct to call these 10,000 Tang cavalry. Although they were all marching on horseback, only 2,000 of them were true cavalry. The remaining 8,000 should be called mounted infantry. Different from Shui Yantuo's dismounted infantry formation, the mounted infantry of the Tang army were all professional infantry. Horses were just a means of transportation for them. When they fought, they would dismount from their horses and fight on foot. According to Li Weigong's Art of War, 70% of the Tang army's field forces were soldiers, while the rest were medical, logistical, and auxiliary personnel. In other words, Li Wangyu's army of 10,000 had 7,000 combat soldiers. Among them, there were 2,000 cavalrymen, 2,000 archers, and 2,000 jumpers, who were also sword and shield wielders, as well as the Tang army's most elite sharp blade soldiers, 1,000 Mo blade soldiers. Originally, according to Li Wangyu's previous thoughts, the battle with Shelley Fu was very simple. He only needed to copy Li Ji's tactics, using 5,000 infantrymen to deal with Shui Yantuo's dismounted cavalry formation. Then 2,000 cavalrymen would circle around the rear and launch a surprise attack on Shui Yantuo's cavalry. As long as Shui Yantuo's horse was killed, it was equivalent to cutting off the foot of 50,000 soldiers. By then, Shui Yantuo's dismounted cavalry would become meat on the chopping board, and the Tang army could do whatever they wanted with them. But Li Wangyu pondered for a while, and then shook his head and rejected this tactic. It was not that it was not suitable, but he did not plan to expose this tactic so early. Shui Yantuo's dismounted cavalry formation, to put it bluntly, was not worth mentioning, and was rather idiotic. But Li Wangyu's ambition was very big. He really had the idea of fighting all the way to Overseer Mountain and capturing the barbarian Khan alive. In this way, if he used this tactic to defeat Shili Fu, it would not be too appropriate. After all, Shui Yantuo's people were not idiots. After he used this method to defeat Shili Fu, it would not be so easy to deal with Shui Yantuo's remaining 150,000 soldiers. As long as Shui Yantuo left behind enough cavalry to protect the horses of the rear army, then it would be impossible for him to rely on his 10,000 men to defeat Shui Yantuo's 100,000 soldiers. Therefore, Li Wangyu needed to think of another method. He had to defeat Shili Fu's 50,000 soldiers, but he also could not expose the weakness of Shui Yantuo's dismounted cavalry formation. To use 10,000 men to face Shili Fu's 50,000 soldiers head-on was indeed not easy. If it was not handled well, it would be self-defeating. But ever since Li Wangyu discovered that Pai Lupi had actually given the army a large number of composite steel crossbows, he had enough confidence. Just these 2,000 composite steel crossbows could shoot the enemy to the point that they could not fight back. Adding on the Mo saber-wielders of the Tang dynasty, who were invincible in every battle, even if Shili Fu's forces were 5 times his, there was nothing to worry about. A normal crossbow's projectile range was no more than 200 steps, and its direct range was 70 to 80 steps. And the Tang army's current heaven-raising crossbow was equivalent to a 4-stone crossbow. Its projectile range was about 400 steps, and its direct range was also more than 200 steps. Li Wangyu was able to use this crossbow to kill a wild boar 300 meters away. Then, when dealing with Shui Yantuo's soldiers, the effect would be the same. In other words, just relying on the super-long range of the composite steel crossbow to Shui Yantuo's people was no less than a dimensional reduction attack. Although Li Wangyu was not a soldier, as a military fan, he knew what it meant to have the advantage of a long range and to be able to continuously attack and kill the enemy outside the enemy's attack range. The replacement of the bow by the gun was the best example. In this era, the power of the composite steel crossbow was almost no different from the gun. It could even be said that it was stronger than the guns of the early era. At the very least, the guns of the Manchurian Qing were unable to accurately kill the enemy at a distance of 300 meters. And presumably, because of Li Wangyu's design of the winding device for the composite steel crossbow, not only was the winding speed faster, but it was also able to fire faster. And because steel cables were used as the bowstring, it was not even affected by the weather. Compared to the guns of the early era, the composite steel crossbow only had one flaw, and that was that it was expensive. Whether it was the cost of making the steel crossbow or the consumption of the crossbow bolts, compared to gunpowder and lead balls, it was too expensive. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was flourishing, or else Pai Lupi might not be able to afford so many Atlas crossbows. However, the Tang dynasty had a misconception about the use of the composite steel crossbow. For example, when the tanks were first invented, the Western countries used them by distributing them to various divisions to coordinate with the infantry. It was not until the Second World War that the tanks began to be used together and became the king of land battles. The Tang army used the composite steel crossbow, but they were no different from ordinary crossbowmen. But in Li Wangyu's opinion, the best tactic to use the composite steel crossbow was the matchlock gun tactic of the 16th century, the 3-stage shooting. Although the composite steel crossbow was equipped with a winding device, its firing speed was still not very fast. In this way, in order to maximize the power of the steel crossbow and avoid the shortcoming of not being able to fire continuously, the 3-stage shooting was necessary. By dividing the crossbowmen into 3 teams and taking turns to wind and fire, the efficiency of the composite steel crossbow could be increased by 3 times. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very confident. However, Li Wangyu's confidence did not mean that Mi Tuo and Cheng Chumo were also confident. Even if they were very confident in the combat power of the Tang army, but facing an enemy 5 times their own, whether it was the playboys, Mi Tuo, or the captains and generals in the army, their hearts were beating like drums. Even Mi Tuo and many others tried to persuade Li Wangyu to retreat, but they were all rejected by Li Wangyu. In this regard, Mi Tuo was also very helpless. He could only secretly order his subordinates of the 100 Cavalry Department to prepare. If the Tang army was defeated, then even if he had to be tied up, he would still rescue Li Wangyu, the Qin king. After Sheli Luo finally decided to fight to the death with Li Wangyu, both sides set up camp on the grassland and faced each other with a distance of 10 li. On this day, the wind was light and the clouds were light. It was a good day to kill and set fire. Both sides chose to start the war today. The Tang army blew the first bugle, and the Tang army gathered their men and cavalry into teams. The second bugle sounded, and the army's flags and spears were raised like a forest. The third bugle sounded, and the Tang army lined up to meet the enemy. The wind blew the flags. The war drums sounded, and the Tang army and Shui Yantuo stepped out to attack at the same time. Chapter 1037. With the beating of the war drums, Li Wangyu's heart began to beat violently, and his palms were full of sweat. In fact, it was nonsense to say that he had absolute confidence in defeating Shui Yantuo. Not to mention other things, just the dense phalanx of Shui Yantuo's army on the opposite side made Li Wangyu's scalp tingle. As the saying went, 1,000 men could connect the earth to the sky. 10,000 men could be boundless. At this moment, the battlefield in front of Li Wangyu was such a boundless scene, and he could not help but feel nervous. After all, it was his first time facing such a big battle. Last time in Jilong County of Shu Commandery, there were only a few thousand people causing trouble. Compared with the tens of thousands of people now, it was simply child's play and was not worth mentioning. Standing on the observation tower carriage, Li Wangyu was nervous and excited, plus a little bit of expectation and uneasiness, which was contradictory to the extreme. It was understandable that he was nervous and excited, but he was uneasy because he was worried that the Tang army would suffer heavy casualties. After all, this war was purely initiated by him. If it were not for his insistence, according to Mi Tuo's persuasion, the 10,000 Tang soldiers under his command would not appear on the battlefield at this moment. In other words, because of his own selfish interests, these Tang soldiers were facing death, which made Li Wangyu somewhat unable to bear and blame them. After all, Li Wangyu was not a person of this era. Even though he had been in a high position in recent years, he could not treat human lives as nothing. Whether this war was won or lost, the casualties of the Tang dynasty soldiers were all due to his obsession. Because of Jun Mo's conferment of Marquis, a general became famous and tens of thousands of bones withered. Sighing silently in his heart, Li Wangyu put away the messy thoughts in his mind and raised his eyes to continue to look at the battlefield. The most important thing now was to win this war. As for other things, they could be dealt with later. If there were casualties in the Tang army, Li Wangyu planned to take out copper coins from his residents to compensate their families, which could be regarded as his goodwill to buy peace of mind. After collecting his thoughts, Li Wangyu raised the binoculars in his hand and carefully observed the disposition of Shui Yantuo's army on the opposite side with Chang Chumo and the others. Currently, there were still several miles between the two sides. Both sides were slowly advancing amidst the sound of their war drums and horns. Fighting a war was naturally not like the TV dramas of later generations, where people would shout and charge forward with their heads lowered. Otherwise, if the soldiers were fully equipped with armor and sabers, by the time they had charged a few miles, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, how could they fight a battle? Normally speaking, the two armies would advance until they were about 1 li apart, which was about 500 meters away from each other. They would enter the range of the other party's long-range weapons and stop in their tracks. After resting and reorganizing, the battle would officially begin. The 10,000 Tang army was split into the middle and two wings. In the middle of the army, there were 2,000 archers, 1,000 Mo swordsmen, and 2,000 jumping soldiers. On the two wings, there were 1,000 cavalry. Of course, the 5,000 soldiers in the middle of the army were not squeezed together. Instead, they were arranged into multiple square formations. Actually, there was no need for Li Wangyu and the debauches to worry about these matters. Only the military officers in the army could handle these matters. The only arrangement that Li Wangyu made was that 2 days ago, he summoned the officer in charge of the 2,000 archers. He ordered him to follow his instructions and train those archers to practice the 3-section shooting method. As for Li Wangyou's orders, that Tang army officer did not understand. He even secretly felt that Li Wangyou was messing around. That officer was also an old soldier, so when had he ever seen someone use archers in such a manner? In the past, archers would gather their forces and shoot in a large area to injure the enemy. Archers would rarely shoot directly at the enemy. The main reason was because of the range. They could shoot up to 200 steps and shoot straight up to 100 steps. On the other hand, Li Wangyou's instruction for the archers to practice was to divide all the archers into 3 teams. They had to load their crossbows and fire according to the order, and they had to shoot straight. This went against common sense. As for Li Wangyou's messing around, the officer cursed in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Li Wangyou's orders and arrange for his soldiers to practice. However, just a day later, that officer was convinced. How could an old soldier like him not see the benefits of the 3-section shooting method? Facing the 50,000 Shui Yantuo cavalry today, everyone was nervous. Only this officer in charge of the archers was filled with confidence. He rubbed his palms and was ready to start a massacre. The war drums continued to beat. The carriage that Li Wangyou and the other rich kids were in was pulled by horses and oxen. They followed the footsteps of the soldiers and slowly moved forward in the middle of the army. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Only when they were 500 steps away from Shui Yantuo's army did Li Wangyou order the army to stop. Immediately, the various officers, captains, and colonels started to order the soldiers under them to get into formation. This caused the formation that was a little messy due to the march to be in order once again. At the front of the Tang army formation were the jumping soldiers who held swords and shields. The jumping soldiers were equipped with round shields and short swords. They wore light armor and were in charge of close combat to make up for the lack of agility of their comrades who used long weapons. The round shields in their hands were mainly used to defend against the arrow rain. Behind the jumping soldiers were the Mo swordsmen. The Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty could be said to be the strongest infantry in the cold weapon era. In history, during the Tianbao era, the Tang army used 20,000 men to fight against the 200,000 Arab army. Even when they were attacked by the rebel army, the Tang army still managed to wipe out 70,000 Arab army and had 10,000 people successfully retreat. Although the Tang army lost the battle in the end, it made the Arab army feel the terror of the Tang dynasty's Mo swordsmen. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. This was how the Arabs were shocked by the Mo swordsmen. Behind the 1,000 Mo swordsmen were the 2,000 archers. They were the key to Li Wangyou winning this battle. As for the cavalry on the 2 wings, Li Wangyou did not give them any important tasks this time. They just needed to hold the line. When Shui Yantuo's army collapsed, they would chase and clean up the mess. After all, with Shui Yantuo's brainless tactics, Li Wangyou was not worried that his 2 wings would be attacked by cavalry. Just as he had expected, Shui Yantuo's 50,000 cavalry did not ride horses. Like the Tang army, they lined up in a grandiose formation and pressed down like a dark cloud. The Tang army did not have many soldiers, so they naturally would not take the initiative to attack. Shelley was also clear on this point. He did not expect the Tang army to be so brainless as to take the initiative to attack. After stabilizing their footing, Shui Yantuo's army made some adjustments. Shelley waved his hand, and the bugle horn sounded. The 20,000 troops at the front began to march in an orderly manner, pressing down on the Tang army. The 20,000 soldiers moved in unison and gave off a shocking aura. Even from the watchtower at the back, Li Wangyou could feel the ground trembling. At this moment, 80 was following behind Li Wangyou. He was just a herdsman of a small tribe and had never seen such a scene. He could not help but clench his fists nervously as he stared at Shui Yantuo's army. With the battle about to break out, Li Wangyou was not nervous. He turned his head and smiled at 80. "Dalang, let's see how I take revenge for the Hurut tribe. Believe me, the blood of the Hurut tribe will not be shed in vain." 80 nodded his head and squinted his eyes as he looked at the rear of Shui Yantuo's army. That was where Shelley was. The 20,000 Shui Yintua's vanguard continued to move forward. The distance between the two sides shortened bit by bit. 500 steps, 400 steps. Chapter 1038. At this moment, they had already entered the shooting range of the Tang archers. After changing to the mighty sky crossbow, the shooting range was 400 steps away. The lieutenant commanding the archers could not help but turn to look at the observation tower. But he saw that Li Wangyu did not say anything at all. He just looked at the approaching Shui Yintua's army expressionlessly. 300 steps. 200 steps. The archers of Shui Yintua's vanguard were the first to attack. They raised the bows in their hands and began to shoot arrows at the Tang army. The Tang army's jumping soldiers immediately raised the round shields in their hands to block the arrow rain. Shui Yintua's vanguard had a total of 20,000 people. Among them, there were more than 5,000 archers. For a moment, the black mass of arrows poured down like raindrops. It was a terrifying sight. 200 steps, or 300 meters, was actually the maximum shooting distance of a bow and arrow. Although the arrow rain of Shui Yintua's vanguard was very dense, the damage to the Tang army was pitifully small, not to mention that the round shields in the hands of the jumping soldiers could block the arrows. Even if the Mo swordsmen did not have shields, the Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty were all wearing thick and heavy Mingguang armor with amazing defensive power. These arrows that were shot from the maximum shooting range did not have much kinetic energy. How could they penetrate their armor? However, when the arrows fell from the sky and hit the armor, the tinkling sounds were terrifying. But the Tang army could be said to be experienced in battle. Even in such a passive situation, the army did not have the slightest commotion. Except for the occasional unlucky person who was hit by the falling arrows and whose body was not protected by the shield and armor, the Tang army was like a reef in a torrent, motionless. Cheng Chumo and the others were anxious. Zio, why don't you fight back? The shooting range of the mighty sky crossbow is much higher than the arrows of Shui Yintua's men. Why are you taking the hits so passively? Li Wangyu laughed. Brother Chumo, don't worry. Let them come closer so that it will not be too tiring to chase them later. Chasing is too tiring, Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others looked at each other and did not know what to say. Everyone was worried. Even Mi Tuo had secretly gestured to his subordinates to protect Li Wangyu. If something went wrong, they should pull him away immediately. In the end, he was thinking about how to chase after the enemy. Wasn't he looking down on his opponent too much? They were facing 50,000 Shui Yintua's army, not 50,000 pigs. Although Cheng Chumo and the other debauches had never been on the battlefield before, they were still considered to be the sons of a military family. They were very clear about the battlefield. Just as they were about to speak again, they saw Li Wangyu suddenly wave his hand, and the messenger beside him immediately blew the bugle horn in his hand. With the sound of the bugle horn, the leapers and Mo swordsmen who were originally at the vanguard of the Tang army suddenly moved. They all squatted down at the sound of the bugle horn, revealing the 2,000 archers behind them. The lieutenant commanding the archers shouted, "Fire!" A buzzing sound that made one's scalp go numb resounded through the sky. It was the sound of the composite steel crossbow's bowstring piercing through the air. 500 to 600 armor-piercing arrows, gleaming with cold light, broke through the air from the Tang army formation and shot toward Shui Yintua's vanguard, who was 200 paces away. The reason why Li Wangyu dared to place Shui Yintua's vanguard at such a close distance was because the composite crossbow had a big enough advantage compared to Shui Yintua's bow and arrow. A distance of 200 paces, 300 meters, Shui Yintua's bow and arrow could barely shoot to its maximum range. At this distance, it was not so easy to pierce through the armor. But at the same distance, the composite steel crossbow in the hands of the Tang army could shoot straight and had enough power to pierce through the armor on Shui Yintua's men. The bowstring rang. The arrow was released. In the next second, the armor-piercing arrows flew across the distance of 300 meters, ignoring the obstruction of the armor and directly piercing into the bodies of the men, bringing out a cloud of blood. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army, according to Li Wangyu's order, were divided into 3 rows, with 500 to 600 men in each row. After a round of shooting, the archers in the first row immediately turned around and began to load the crossbow and arrow. The second row of archers stepped forward, raised their crossbows and aimed. Following the lieutenant's command, they pulled the trigger and shot out another arrow. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and retreated in the blink of an eye. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army had completed a 3-stage shooting. 2,000 armor-piercing arrows were shot out, and Shui Yantua's vanguard army was instantly stunned by this wave of arrows. 2,000 armor-piercing arrows directly shot down 700 to 800 of Shui Yantua's soldiers. Even if they were wearing armor and holding round shields, they still could not block the arrows that were like meteors and lightning. The army that was originally marching in unison and following the sound of the war drums instantly melted. Countless miserable cries resounded throughout the grassland. The captain who was in charge of commanding Shui Yantua's vanguard army could not help but feel his heart beating wildly. How could he have imagined that the Tang army's crossbows would have such great power? Before Shui Yantua's men could react, the next wave of arrows from the Tang army had already taken away another 200 to 300 lives. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army, under the command of the lieutenant, were like a precise machine, continuously shooting out the fatal arrows in their hands. In just 2 rounds of shooting, Shui Yantua's vanguard army had already lost close to 2,000 bodies, and the number of injured was uncountable. In just a moment, Shui Yantua's 20,000 vanguard army was on the verge of collapsing. Many people in the future thought that wars in the era of cold weapons had heavy casualties, but in reality this was not the case. In the era of cold weapons, an army that could withstand 30% of the casualties was already considered an iron army that could shake the world. Normally speaking, 5% of the casualties was enough to cause an army to collapse. After all, in the era of cold weapons, it was not an easy thing to use a knife to kill people. The best way to show the advancement of human technology was to increase the efficiency of killing people with weapons. It was also because of this that the 2 world wars brought about tens of millions of casualties, causing the world to tremble. The composite crossbow that Li Wangyu made, compared to the other crossbows of this era, was an out-and-out killing weapon. A crossbow that was equivalent to 4 stones was originally a large ballista that was difficult to move and used to defend cities. How could Shui Yantua's men know that 2,000 archers were equivalent to 2,000 large ballistas? Compared to the slow speed of the ballista, the firing speed of 2,000 archers could not be compared. In this way, it was not surprising that Shui Yantua's vanguard army was stunned. Looking at the wailing and screaming soldiers of Shui Yantua's army being shot to death, Chang Chumo, Mi Tuo, and the others in the watchtower carriage were so shocked that their jaws were about to dislocate. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they looked at this cruel and bloody but extremely efficient killing. Damn it, even killing pigs would not be so fast, right? This was the only thought in Chang Chumo's mind at this moment. Shui Yantua's vanguard army did not even have time to charge and break through the enemy lines before they were defeated. When the Tang army's 3-stage shooting method began for the 3rd round, some of Shui Yantua's vanguard army began to turn around and run uncontrollably. These fleeing soldiers were like an avalanche, causing the originally orderly army formation to collapse in an instant. All of Shui Yantua's men turned around and ran in terror, squeezing, trampling, fleeing for their lives. The 20,000 vanguard army was defeated in one blow. These 2 days, my waist has been acting up, and I can't sit still. It's really uncomfortable and I don't want to write, so I stopped updating yesterday. Today, Shuchi popped up to recommend a small outburst. There should be another update later tonight. Chapter 1039. From the moment both sides entered the battlefield to the moment Shui Yantua's men launched their attack to the moment they collapsed, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. Such a fast battle process, not to mention Mi Tuo and the group of debauches, even Shelly Shou's jaw was about to be dislocated. He never thought that his 20,000 vanguard troops would be shot into hedgehogs by the Tang army in just one exchange. He also never thought that the 20,000 troops would collapse so quickly. What was worse was that when the 20,000 soldiers who were scared out of their wits threw away their armor and ran for their lives, Shelly Shou's 30,000 troops were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Even though Shelly Shou shouted himself hoarse and ordered his subordinates to stop the defeated vanguard troops, how could these soldiers who were scared out of their wits care about orders or not? All of them ran for their lives without thinking. The so-called defeat of an army like a landslide was the scene in front of Shelley Xiu's eyes. In fact, even Li Wangyu himself did not think that victory would come so quickly. Even if he was sure that the three-stage shooting method of the composite steel crossbow could defeat the enemy, he did not expect that with just 3 rounds of shooting, it would defeat the 20,000 vanguard troops and cause the enemy to collapse. Li Wangyu, Chang Chumo and the others looked at each other. Their eyes could not hide the excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered the whole army to attack. The cavalry on the 2 wings drove away the defeated troops. The 7,000 infantrymen pressed on and continued to expand the battle results. The Tang army's jumping soldiers and Modeo soldiers also did not think that before they even had the chance to attack, the enemy would be defeated. After hearing the battle drums, how could these jumping soldiers and Modeo soldiers let the archers have the advantage? All of them roared and rushed out, starting to chase the crazily fleeing enemies. And the arrows in the hands of the 2,000 archers did not stop for even a moment. They just changed from straight shooting to projectile shooting. The range of 400 steps, the distance of 600 meters, completely became the path of death for Shui Yantuo's army. No matter how fast Shui Yantuo's men ran, they could not outrun the speed of the crossbows. The world record of the future Olympic Games was 9:58 seconds for the 100 meters race. Even Usain Bolt, the Jamaican sprinter, would need more than 30 seconds to run 300 meters. However, these tens of thousands of people turned around and fled. They were wearing heavy armor. No matter how fast they ran, how fast could they be? By the time Shui Yantuo and his men ran out of the shooting range of the Tang dynasty's crossbows, the archers of the Tang army had already fired at least 5 or 6 times, throwing out nearly 10,000 arrows. Even if the projectile shots didn't have any accuracy to speak of, such a concentrated barrage of shots still caused Shui Yantuo's vanguard to leave behind close to 1,000 corpses. People kept falling to the ground after being hit by arrows, wailing in pain. As for those who were trampled and crushed to death by their companions, there were countless of them. Therefore, Shui Yantuo's vanguard army fled even faster. It wasn't until the swing soldiers and Mo swordsmen rushed into the crossbowmen's range that the lieutenant commanding the crossbowmen cursed and ordered his subordinates to cease fire. He put down the crossbows in his hands and quickly ran forward, preparing to support the swing soldiers and Mo swordsmen. However, it was clear that the current situation on the battlefield did not allow the crossbowmen to show their power again. Even the leapers and Mo sabers of the Tang army could not get any results. Shui Yantuo's 50,000 troops were defeated. Shui Yantuo's men hated the fact that they were born with 2 more legs when the 2,000 cavalrymen from the 2 flanks pressed forward. Although the 30,000 middle army led by Xylixer was not attacked by the Tang army at all, under the influence of the defeated vanguard, he did not even have the chance to reorganize the attack before he was defeated. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield was worsening, Shelley's guards did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly carried Shelley and began to retreat. With this push, the morale of Shui Yantuo's army became even more dispirited. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. More than 40,000 soldiers spread their legs and ran madly towards the rear camp. No matter what, their war horses were in the camp. As long as they could snatch the horses, they would be able to escape. Tens of thousands of soldiers rushed back to the campsite, crying and yelling, and began to fight for the horses. Many of Shui Yantuo's cavalrymen even pulled out their sabers and slashed at their comrades in order to snatch a horse, just to be 1 step ahead of the Tang army's pursuit. Shui Yantuo's army was in complete chaos. A quarter of an hour ago, Shelley Ku, who was still complacent and felt that he could annihilate the Tang army with 50,000 soldiers, could not even cry at this moment. He rode on the back of the horse in a daze. He turned his head to look at the smoke rising from Shui Yantuo's camp. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Other than the 5,000 wolf cavalrymen who had been guarding beside Shelley Ku, he had lost 1/4 of Shui Yantuo's forces in this battle. The more Shelley Ku thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Under the stimulation of his blood, his vision turned black and he fainted. If not for the quick reaction of the guards beside him, Shelley Ku would have fallen off the horse. The 5,000 wolf cavalrymen did not dare to delay. They surrounded Shelley Ku and began to run madly in the direction of Overseer Mountain. When the Tang army flattened Shui Yantuo's camp, Other than the 2,000 cavalrymen who chased for 20 li, the rest of the Tang army did not bother to chase after the fleeing Shui Yantua's men. Although the battle ended quickly, Li Wangyu still ordered people to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. When the sun had set, the military clerk had already sent him the statistics. In today's battle, the Tang army killed more than 3,000 of Shui Yantua's cavalrymen. Most of them died under the heaven-raising crossbows. They captured more than 6,000 people, seized close to 10,000 horses, and more than 10,000 cows and sheep. The Tang army only had a few dozen injured and a few dead. When Mi Tuo, Chang Chumo and the others saw the battle report, their eyes lit up. This battle could be said to be a great victory. Ha ha! Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. The old slave has never seen such a smooth victory. After today's battle, Your Highness's name will definitely resound throughout the grassland. Mi Tuo did not hesitate and immediately gave a series of flattery. Chang Chumo and the others were also very excited. They came to the western region to gild themselves. Before, because of their brotherhood, they all stayed in the desert and ate sand for more than a year. They did not contribute anything and suffered. But they did not expect that after finding Li Wangyu, in just a dozen days, they would get such a great achievement. Although the battle was led by Li Wangyu, the credit naturally went to these debauches. There was no need to doubt this. The Tang dynasty valued military achievements the most. Killing 3,000 and capturing 6,000 was a great victory. Although it was not appropriate to rashly start a war with Shui Yantuo, it was a matter between Li Wangyu and the imperial court. It had nothing to do with whether they got military achievements or not. In short, they won the battle, so of course everyone would get benefits. Even Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops would also get military achievements. After this battle, if they were willing and Li Wangyu was willing to let them go with their military achievements, they would be no problem at all to be a captain in the army. As for the Tang soldiers, of course, they would also be rewarded. Whether Li Wangyu was good at starting the battle or not, in short, they won the battle. With so many prisoners and captured horses, it was a great achievement. As for how Shui Yantuo would argue with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty, the foppish lords did not care so much. Therefore, the whole camp of the Tang army was full of a happy atmosphere. Chang Chumo could not help but raise his head and laugh. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that I could get such a military achievement. Zio, it's all thanks to you. When we return to Chang'an, whether it's Peace Square or a Hu wine shop, I'll treat you to a drink. Fang Yai also laughed. Yes, when we return to the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid those people's eyes will pop out. Zio, when do we set off to return to Chang'an? For the foppish lords, today's battle was the best thing to show off and talk about when they returned to Chang'an. They could not wait to return to Chang'an and show off today's battle to their friends and relatives. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown after riches and honor is like traveling at night in brocade clothes. The foppish lords were eager to return home. Li Wangyu glanced at them and shook his head in confusion. Return to Chang'an? Why do we have to return to Chang'an? Order the army to rest for a day and set off tomorrow to continue chasing that bastard Shelly. If he runs back to Overseer Mountain, I'll kill my way to Overseer Mountain. If I don't catch that bastard, how can I relieve the anger in my heart? Li Wangyu's words immediately made the foppish lords and Mi Tuo dumbfounded. Chapter 1040. Originally, Mi Tuo and the other playboys thought that Li Wangyu was very persistent in leading the troops to chase after Shelly Ruo because he wanted to vent his anger and take revenge for Shelly Ruo's previous pursuit. However, in today's battle, the Tang army easily defeated Shui Yantuo's army of 50,000. Could be said that it was a complete victory and there were many spoils. Why was Li Wangyu still not satisfied? If he continued to chase, wouldn't he chase all the way to the military governor mountain? Could it be that Li Wangyu really wanted to use these 10,000 men to fight against Shui Yantuo's army of 200,000? Mi Tuo felt a headache coming on. Your Highness, why don't we retreat and rest for a while before making any plans? Moreover, there are so many spoils that need to be dealt with. We can't possibly bring these spoils to chase after Shui Yantuo's men, right? Mi Tuo hesitated but could only continue to persuade Li Wangyu to retreat. The playboys quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, Zio. There are thousands of prisoners and so many horses, cows, and sheep. We can't not deal with them properly. Whether it was the 6,000 prisoners of war or the captured cows, sheep, and horses, they were all money. According to the tradition of the Tang dynasty, whether it was prisoners of war or spoils of war, they were all displayed outside the south gate of the imperial ancestral temple. After the emperor worshipped the ancestors, these spoils of war would be distributed by the imperial court. There was a record in the ceremony of the Tang dynasty. On the day of the triumphant return, the prisoners of war were outside the south gate, north to the west. However, this was the way to deal with the situation when the army was leading the troops into battle. Li Wangyu attacked Shui Yantua without the consent of Pai Lupi and the imperial court. He was completely acting on his own. Therefore, the spoils of war could not be sent to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors. Li Wangyu, as the commander, could be said to be good at starting a war or provoking for no reason. However, how to deal with him was a matter for Pai Lupi and the imperial court officials. It had nothing to do with the playboys. It wasn't that they were heartless, but they knew that Pai Lupi wouldn't blame Li Wangyu. Just by looking at how sad Pai Lupi had been during Li Wangyu's disappearance, for more than a year, one could tell how important Li Wangyu was to him. Even Mito, the head steward of the imperial palace and the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, was driven to the desert by Pai Lupi because of Li Wangyu's disappearance. Before finding out the exact whereabouts of Li Wangyu, Mi Tuo could not return to Chang'an. From this, it could be seen how much Pai Lupi cared about his nephew. As long as Li Wangyu was safe and sound, he could beat Shui Yantua. Could it be that Pai Lupi would pay attention to the weeping complaints of the barbarian Khan? Moreover, it was Shui Yantua's men who chased after Li Wangyu first. Therefore, no matter how Li Wangyu retaliated, in the eyes of the playboys it was reasonable. Shui Yantua's men were beaten in vain. As for the prisoners and spoils of war, the Tang dynasty would never return them. Since the spoils of war couldn't be returned to Shui Yantua and couldn't be sent to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors, the right to dispose of them was naturally up to the Western Punitive Expedition Army. These prisoners of war and the spoils of war were all extremely valuable. Needless to say, the spoils of war could be sold directly, whether it was war horses or cattle. As for the prisoners of war, they would be listed as slaves and sold. These prisoners of Shui Yantua were all strong young men who could be sold at a high price. As for the spoils of war, everyone in the Western Punitive Expedition Army would get a share of it. It was just that the amount was different. This was one of the reasons why the camp was full of singing and laughter. Li Wangyu laughed at the persuasion of Mi Tuo and the playboys. "Brothers, is your appetite so small? It wasn't easy for us to come to the grasslands, so how can we just let it go like that? Furthermore, I haven't taken revenge for Ajie's tribe, so how can I let them off so easily?" His words made it hard for the playboys to reply. They exchanged glances and kept silent. Li Wangyu continued, "As for the prisoners and cattle, I'll arrange 1,000 sword-shield soldiers to escort them back. We'll rest for a day and continue tomorrow to chase Shelly Khan. Brothers, don't worry. Isn't the strength of the heaven-raising crossbows enough to prove it? So what if Shui Yantua has 200,000 troops? They're just chickens and dogs, unable to take a single hit. Brothers, think about it. If we can fight our way up to Military Governor Yu Mountain, how many prisoners can we get? If we can capture that bullshit barbarian Khan back to Chang'an and let him accompany Shelly Khan, wouldn't that be even better? That is something that can leave one's name in history, no less than General Fei and Marquis Champion. Brothers, don't you want to try?" The General Fei and Marquis Champion that Li Wangyu was referring to were naturally Li Guang and Huatsubing. When Cheng Chumo and the others heard those words, their eyes turned red from the stimulation. If they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Guang and Huatsubing, how glorious would that be? Fang Yai directly punched his own palm. "Bastard! Let's do it! Ziyu is right. So what if Shui Yantua has 200,000 troops? They're just chickens and dogs. Today, Shui Yantua's 50,000 troops were shot down by the crossbows in an incense stick's time. I think that even if they had a few times more men, it wouldn't be a big deal." Haha, that's right, that's the theory. Ziyu's three-part shooting technique is simply too exquisite. I don't believe that those Shui Yantua people can block such a dense barrage. Chai Linggu also laughed out loud. The future that Li Wangyu described to the playboys was simply too tempting. If they could really conquer Mobe with just 10,000 Tang cavalry, then when they returned to Chang'an, wouldn't they be too arrogant? Not mentioning Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the other country lords, be it the aristocratic families or the second or third generation, who could compete with them? Furthermore, these bunch of playboys had been eyeing the title of nobility for a long time. If they could make such a huge contribution, would they still need to be afraid of not being given a title? In the worst-case scenario, Pai Lupi might even give them the title of County Marquis. Taking a step back, even if they could not defeat the 200,000 Shui Yantua army, as long as they had the heaven-raising crossbows, retreating safely would not be a problem. With that, the risk of continuing to conquer Mobe would not be too high. If one was not willing to do such a profitable business, then one would be a fool. Even the group of playboys were hoodwinked by Li Wangyu. Mi Tua naturally had nothing to say and could only agree with Li Wangyu's decision. After the discussion, they arranged for the lieutenant to lead 1,000 men to escort the war prisoners, cattle, sheep, and other spoils of war to retreat to the south and return to the Tang dynasty. Mi Tua also sent out a few men from the 100 Cavalry Department to quickly return to Chang'an to inform Pai Lupi of the news of Mobe. After resting for a day on the grassland, the army set off for the second time, using the momentum of their victory to chase after Shelley's remaining troops. After Xylixer's defeat, he ran north for nearly 100 li in one breath, and only then did he stop and begin to gather the defeated army. After the battle, only 30 to 40,000 of the 50,000 Shui Yantua cavalry were left, and many of their horses were lost. The army on the grassland, whether it was Tujue or Shui Yantua, had always had 1 man and 3 horses. But Shelley was defeated too quickly this time. Tens of thousands of people were running all over the place. How could they care about those horses? The 30 to 40,000 troops were now short of men and horses, and they were in an even more difficult situation. Shelley originally wanted to rest and reorganize his troops, but before he could gather all the defeated troops, the scouts came to report that the Tang army had caught up again. Shelley had now lost all his confidence after being killed by the Tang army. How could he dare to stop and fight with the Tang army again? Without hesitation, he immediately led Shui Yantua's remaining troops to run north, and at the same time sent out fast horses to ask for help from his father. Putting aside how Li Wangyu was chasing after Shelley, at this time, outside Chang'an City, several exhausted horses, covered in dust, were currently galloping over from the northwest. Chapter 1041. Dingzhou Village, Hu County, the Prince of Qin's residence. Qin Wangfei Su Changqing sat behind a wide desk made of Phoebe Jinan wood, listening to the reports of a group of female soldiers across from her. The quill in her hand was incessantly scribbling on paper, simultaneously issuing all sorts of instructions. In the eastern and western markets, as well as in the various workshops, we must demand a uniform price for those who sell our wine. If anyone refuses to comply, we will immediately stop selling. The quality of the glassware produced in the workshops is still too low. Pass down the order that any craftsman who can resolve this problem will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. I have already discussed the fluctuations in Chang'an's grain prices with Her Imperial Highness the Empress. The enemy will transport grain from Shu County as soon as possible. No matter what, Chang'an's grain prices must be stabilized. The lingerie workshop also needs to recruit another batch of seamstresses. Were it not for the Confucian robe Su Changqing was currently wearing, coupled with her towering hairstyle, she would have looked remarkably like a domineering female CEO in the modern world. After taking care of all matters, Su Changqing dismissed the female soldiers. Only then did she slightly knit her brows, reaching out to rub her temples. The door to the room was once again pushed open. Princess Chang'an, Aphrodite, and Perrin walked in, carrying Su Changqing's 2 children. Upon seeing her children, Su Changqing immediately revealed a smile. Reaching out to receive the 2 little fellows, she began to play with them. Perrin and Aphrodite obediently walked behind Su Changqing, massaging her shoulders. Elder sister, don't overwork yourself. If Lang Jun returns safely and sees elder sister like this, his heart will definitely ache. Perrin said with heartache as she massaged Su Changqing. Compared to when Li Wangyu had left, Su Changqing was much more haggard, her body much thinner. Chang'an, who was currently playing with the two children, nodded her head in response. Elder sister, Perrin is right. You must take good care of your body. Don't overwork yourself. The estate is not lacking in copper coins. Why must elder sister work so hard? Su Changqing smiled and shook her head, lowering her head to look at the two children in her arms. Her face filled with a motherly smile. Yes, the Prince of Qin's estate was not lacking in money. However, how could she work so hard for money? Chang'an, Perrin, and Aphrodite naturally did not understand Su Changqing's thoughts. In Su Changqing's heart, she had always felt that she was no more than a passerby of the Tang dynasty. Ever since that incident she had, and of course Su. If not for the fact that she had just become a mother and was worried about her children, she probably would have run off to the desert to look for Li Wangyu. It would be best if she could find it, but if she couldn't, she didn't mind sleeping in the desert with Li Wangyu. Of Qin's, of no matter what, she had to build a future for her children that was enough to provide them with food and clothing. In Su Changqing's opinion, although her two children had just been born and already had titles of nobility, and the estate was not lacking in copper coins, these were not enough for her children to live a carefree life in this world. Although she did not know much about history, she knew that the Tang dynasty was different from the later generations. In an era where imperial power reigned supreme, even the officials and nobles might not be able to guarantee that they would live a carefree life. Even someone as powerful as Zhangsun Wuji was forced to hang himself after Pai Lupi's death and Li Ji's ascension to the throne. His relatives were all exiled to Lingnan as servants. Su Changqing was absolutely unwilling to see such a scene happen to her children. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Wangyu had risen too quickly and swept across the Tang dynasty like a shooting star. Now, the mansion of Qin was heavily favored by the emperor, but Su Changqing did not dare to entrust her children's future to Pai Lupi. As the saying went, being in the emperor's company was like being in the tiger's company. Who could be sure that after Li Wangyu was gone, how long would the imperial family's imperial favor last? Therefore, for the sake of her children, Su Changqing began to think of every possible way to increase the influence of the mansion of Qin. She wanted to deepen the foundation of the family, hoping to protect her children. For example, the future Empress Mainyang. Su Changqing directly took her to live in the mansion. He cared about her and taught her carefully, completely treating her as his own child. Although this care was partly due to Su Changqing's selfishness and utilitarianism, it still made the relationship between the little lowly and Wu Mainyang even stronger. As for Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and even the little brat Li Ji, Su Changqing simply took over the job of Li Wangyu's imperial tutor. After all, compared to Su Changqing, Li Wangyu, who graduated from a second-tier university, was not enough to be compared to Su Changqing, who was a top student from the University of Pennsylvania. What Li Wangyu could teach, Su Changqing could teach as well. After comparing with Empress Zhangsun, Pai Lupi found that Su Changqing was indeed as good as she said. She knew everything about astronomy and geography. For a moment, she was also shocked. Regarding this, Su Changqing only said that when the Tao Father imparted knowledge to Li Wangyu, she was also listening at the side. Therefore, she could also be considered half a disciple of the Tao Father. Pai Lupi did not doubt Su Changqing's words. It was just that a woman imparting knowledge to a prince was not a pleasant thing to say. Therefore, Pai Lupi did not publicize this matter. She only tacitly allowed Li Chengqian and the others to often go to the Duke of Qin's mansion to listen to lectures. Whether it was teaching Li Chengqian, Li Ji, or Wu Mainyang, it was all a long-term investment that Su Changqing carried out for her and Li Wangyu's child. In the future, no matter who ascended the throne, they would at least have a relationship with the Duke of Qin's mansion. However, Su Changqing did not place all her hopes on others. Originally, Su Changqing did business and took care of the properties in the mansion. It was just to pass the time. The business methods that she had learned in the future were just a small part of her skills. However, after Li Wangyu was gone, although Su Changqing did not take a step out of the mansion, She relied on her female army and began to show off her skills. Not only did she expand the properties in her mansion, but Su Changqing also wanted the Duke of Qin's mansion to have a more stable foundation. She did not choose to use her power in the imperial court. Instead, she chose to use the merchants that even the landowning clans looked down on. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were all miscellaneous, low-class, and lowly. However, Su Changqing knew how much power merchants could have, and she did not look down on their value. Over the past year, Su Changqing had borrowed the power of various factions to fight against others. With her business mind and management strategies that surpassed the times, she had established a huge business network in the east and west of Chang'an. Her name as the goddess of wealth was known by everyone in Chang'an and the surrounding provinces. In this regard, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun had no objections. They were even happy to see it happen. After all, the imperial family also had a large share of the Duke of Qin's business. Speaking of which, the imperial family had a big advantage. Over the past year, Su Changqing naturally had a hard time. She not only had to take care of her 2 children who were crying piteously for food, but she also had to teach Wu Meinyang and the others. She also had to remotely command a group of female army and plan her business empire. However, no matter how hard it was, Su Changqing felt that it was worth it as long as she could see her 2 children. This might be a common problem for parents. Naturally, she could not tell Chang'an and the others about these thoughts. Even though Chang'an and the others were Li Wangyou's wives and concubines in name, these things could not be announced. A few months ago, Duke Lu, Chang Yaojin, ordered someone to send back a shocking piece of news. The Duke of Qin, Li Wangyou, actually did not die in the desert. Instead, he was captured by a group of desert bandits. However, just before Chang Yaojin sent troops to eliminate the desert bandits, Li Wangyou actually escaped from the desert bandits' camp alone. Once again, his whereabouts were unknown. This news immediately made everyone in the Duke of Qin's mansion cry tears of joy. The haze that had been suppressing the Duke of Qin's mansion for more than a year finally dissipated by more than half. As long as Li Wangyou did not die in the desert, then there was hope. Chapter 1042. Ever since the news that Li Wangyou didn't die in the desert and escaped alive spread, Su Changqing couldn't help but hold her children and cry bitterly. Even though they hadn't found Li Wangyou's exact whereabouts, Su Changqing firmly believed that her husband, Li Wangyou, would definitely return home. As this news spread back to Chang'an, it also brought some trouble to Pai Lupi. First of all, there was the issue of Chang'an's identity. Since ancient times, Wuxia had a system of 1 husband and 1 wife and many concubines. It was the same for the emperor and the commoners. So even Li Wangyou was no exception. Back then, Pai Lupi nodded and agreed that Li Wangyou could imitate a Huang Nuing and have 2 wives. However, Pai Lupi didn't have the final say on this matter. Even if he was the emperor, this kind of thing that violated Wuxia's ethics and morals would definitely be criticized to death by those old masters. Not to mention other things, Wei Zhang alone would definitely be fiercely opposed to this kind of thing. In addition to the issue of 1 husband and 1 wife, Chang'an had to marry Li Wangyou. What was more troublesome was that Wuxia didn't allow people with the same surname to marry. Not only did Chang'an and Li Wangyou have the same surname, but they were also relatives. They were also master and disciple. If any of these rules were violated, those old masters would go crazy. Moreover, these were 3 red lines that couldn't be touched. Therefore, if nothing happened to Li Wangyou, it was actually impossible for Pai Lupi to marry Chang'an even if he wanted to. If Pai Lupi insisted on doing things his own way and used his authority as the emperor to force an edict, there would be a lot of trouble in the imperial court. At least, it wouldn't be as easy as the plague of locusts in Jingguan's 2nd year. The aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would definitely not let go of this opportunity to criticize Pai Lupi from the height of morality. However, coincidentally, when Li Wangyou led the army to the west to conquer the western region, he was accidentally buried in the desert. It could be said that with Li Wangyou's death, his identity became very sensitive. To go to war for the country and die in an accident, that was a martyr, a hero of the country. Under these circumstances, Princess Chang'an's choice to marry of a lower status became a beautiful story. Even the stubborn Wei Zheng had to pinch his nose and accept it. After all, although Li Wangyu had sacrificed his life for the country, Princess Chang'an's insistence on marrying him, although it was unreasonable, it was the friendship of the imperial family. And no one could say a single word. In any case, Li Wangyu was no longer in this world. Although this marriage was unreliable, no one jumped out to seek trouble for themselves. But who could have thought Li Zestes? When the news reached Chang'an, everyone was surprised and looked at each other. They did not know how to deal with the fact that Li Wangyu had 2 concubines. To impeach Li Wangyu? There didn't seem to be any reason. After all, when Chang'an married into the Prince of Qin's household, Li Wangyu was still trapped in the desert. He didn't know about this matter, so how could he be blamed? Should Chang'an and Li Wangyu divorce? These words were not pleasant to hear. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in China, "It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage." Ruining a marriage was a grave sin. Regardless of whether it was the aristocratic families or the scholarly old masters, no one dared to write such a memorial to Pai Lupi. They would be spurned by the common people. For a moment, everyone was in a difficult position. Another problem for Pai Lupi was Li Wangyu's title. At that time, in his grief, Pai Lupi had given the order to posthumously confer Li Wangyu the title of Imperial Prince, giving his former title to Li Wangyu. But now that Li Wangyu was still alive, this matter was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Li Wangyu and his father, Li Zhou, had already been ordered by Pai Lupi to reinstate them into the imperial family by the Zongjing Temple. What was more troublesome was the title of Prince of Qin. Prince of Qin was Pai Lupi's title before he ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate incident. To a certain extent, Prince of Qin represented Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why in the Tang dynasty, no one had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin except for Pai Lupi. But now that Li Wangyu was still alive, this title was rather inappropriate. Pai Lupi had also figured it out at this time. He was somewhat regretful and felt that he had been too hasty at that time. He wanted to confer the title of Li Wangyu again, but this matter had already been issued and the imperial envoy had heard of it. Li Er also wanted to save face. He was a little embarrassed to do this kind of thing that changed orders all the time. In short, the news that Li Wangyu was still alive made Pai Lupi very happy, but it also brought him a lot of trouble. However, although there was news of Li Wangyu at that time, the Tang army had not yet found Li Wangyu. Therefore, although this matter was rather troublesome, it was not urgent. The most important thing was to find Li Wangyu's exact whereabouts. That was the most important thing. In the 5th month of the 7th year of Zhenguan, several secret agents of the 100 Cavalry Department rushed back from the western regions and finally brought good news to Pai Lupi. Mi Tuo, Chang Chumo, and the others led 10,000 Tang cavalry and rescued Prince of Qin Li Wangyu in the desert. What the secret agents of the 100 Cavalry Department brought back, other than Mi Tuo's memorial, there was also Li Wangyu's handwritten memorial for Pai Lupi and a letter for Su Chongqing. This was what Li Wangyu hurriedly wrote down before he led the Tang army into the grassland to pursue Sheli and let Mi Tuo order people to bring it back to Chang'an. In the memorial presented to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu explained his whereabouts in the past year and the reason why he led the troops to pursue Shui Yantuo's wolf cavalry. Pai Lupi carefully read this short memorial several times. He was both happy and angry. He was happy because he found Li Wangyu, but angry because he targeted Shui Yantuo and the barbarian Khan. He sent Tang Songling to Shui Yantuo, wanting to borrow Shui Yantuo's power to search for Li Wangyu. Who would have thought that Shui Yantuo's people actually ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts and actually dared to pursue Li Wangyu? If it were not for the coincidence that Mi Tuo and Chang Chumo led the army and appeared, Li Wangyu would probably have lost his life in the desert. How could this not make Pai Lupi angry? If it were not for Chang Yaojin leading 150,000 troops and still opening up territory in the western regions, Pai Lupi almost wanted to order people to kill their way into the grassland and capture that bastard Khan back to Chang'an to interrogate him in front of him. Although Pai Lupi could not send out the army to pursue Shui Yantuo, he immediately ordered the Tang army guarding the Great Wall passes from Ping to Luku to immediately leave the pass and head to the grassland north of the desert to meet up with Prince of Qin Li Wangyu. After dealing with official business, Pai Lupi looked at the letter on the table that Li Wangyu asked the 100 Horsemen Department to bring back. He could not help but laugh and scold. This bastard boy. He only knows how to be sentimental. Pai Lupi could not help but think so. Li Wangyu's memorial to Pai Lupi was only 2 short pieces of paper. As for the letter he wrote to Su Changqing, although Pai Lupi did not open it, he knew how much it was just by looking at the bulging stack of letters sealed in the fire seal. Empress Zhongsun also received the news and hurried to the legislative hall. Erlang, I heard that there is news from the western regions? Zio, he has been found? Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. Yes. Mitua and Cheng Chumo found that bastard in the desert. Dao Zhu bless. Empress Zhongsun also heaved a sigh of relief and then asked, Erlang, when will he return to Chang? Has he already set out? Ever since Chang'an married into the Duke of Qin's residence, the relationship between Li Wangyu and Empress Zhongsun changed from uncle and nephew to mother-in-law and son-in-law. Li Wangyu was originally liked by Empress Zhongsun. Moreover, the more a mother-in-law looks at a son-in-law, the more she likes him. Set out my ass. This scoundrel brat, after sending a letter back, he himself brought 10,000 soldiers and horses, charging into Mabe to find Shelley to settle the score. Li Er replied exasperatedly, then handed Li Wangyu's memorial to Empress Zhongsun. Empress Zhongsun hurriedly finished reading the memorial but also frowned. This child is really mischievous. Shui Yantua has 200,000 armored soldiers. How can he be so reckless? Erlang, quickly send troops to Mabe to meet up with Zio. Don't let anything happen again. Empress Zhongsun didn't care about her habit of never getting involved in politics. After reading the memorial, she immediately spoke and had Pai Lupi send troops to meet up with Shui Yantua. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his wife's behavior. He even felt a bit of jealousy in his heart. Humph. Guanyin maid, don't worry about that bastard. I have my own arrangements for these matters. All right, since there's nothing going on today, how about we make a trip to Hu County? We will personally deliver the letter to that bastard. Pai Lupi said and waved the letter that Li Wangyu had written to Su Changqing. Empress Zhongsun smiled and nodded, naturally not objecting. Ever since Chang'an married into the Duke of Qin's residence, as a mother, she couldn't often see Chang'an, so she naturally missed her. Adding on the great news that came today, she had long wanted to make a trip to Dingzhou village in Hu County. Chapter 1043. Pai Lupi's imperial entourage and Empress Zhongsun's phoenix carriage, escorted by numerous bodyguards, suddenly arrived at Dingzhou village. Naturally, this caused the entire Duke of Qin's household to fall into chaos. Su Changqing did not dare to be negligent. Leading Princess Chang'an, Aphrodite, and Perrin, he hurriedly went to the gates to receive them. Without waiting for Su Changqing and company to greet them, Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. Dispense with the formalities. Dispense with the formalities. Today we and Guanyin have come to visit. This is an extremely joyous occasion. Su Changqing's beautiful eyes could not help but brighten. Raising his eyes, he looked at Pai Lupi. Filled with anticipation, he was also worried that he had guessed incorrectly. Very conflicted, he asked, Your Imperial Majesty, is there news of Wangyu? Haha, worthy of being the goddess of wealth of my Tang dynasty. Truly intelligent, you guessed correctly. Pai Lupi laughed heartily and nodded his head. Hearing these words, Su Changqing's body could not help but sway. Empress Zhongsun walked forward with a smile, extending an arm to support Su Changqing. Changqing, Mitua, Cheng Chumo, and the others have already found Zio in the desert. He is currently safe and sound. You can be at ease. AI, over this past year it has been hard on you. Today, the clouds have finally parted and the moon has seen the light of day. Can be considered that the faithful are not disappointed. Her words caused Su Changqing to be unable to restrain his tears from streaming down his cheeks. Everyone from the Duke of Qin's household, including Princess Chang'an, also began to shed tears. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, once again began to bawl, causing those who saw him to feel sad. Pai Lupi glared at them. Enough, this is a joyous occasion. What are you all crying for? Chang'an, come to father's side. Don't cry anymore. In a few days, your husband will return. If you cry until your body is damaged, father will find that boy Zio to settle accounts. Chang'an promptly used her sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. With reddened eyes, she acted spoiled towards Pai Lupi. Father, how can you blame husband? What does this matter have to do with husband? Haha. It's really the case of a girl speaking for an outsider. Are you speaking for your husband? All right. Father has brought you good news today. Hurry up and prepare some good food and wine for father and mother to express your gratitude. Pai Lupi doted on his eldest daughter, Chang'an, the most. What he said just now was just to tease her. Su Chongqing hurriedly ordered Li Heng to prepare a banquet. He then respectfully welcomed Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun into the mansion and sat down, not to mention how excited Su Chongqing was when he saw Li Wangyou's handwritten letter, and how jubilant the Qin mansion was at this time. In Shui Yantua's court on Mount Yu military governor, there was a tense atmosphere of mutual hostility. Xie Dao's army of 50,000 was defeated by the Tang army's 10,000 armored cavalry in one strike. They fled toward the north with the wind in their eyes. Naturally, with the fastest speed, this matter was sent back to the imperial court of Overseer Mountain by fast horse. After the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling parted on bad terms last time, they both hoped that their son would bring him good news. As long as Shui Yantua's army could defeat the Tang army, he could vent his anger in front of Tang Songling. However, no matter how much the barbarian Khan calculated, he did not expect that his army of 50,000 would not be able to defeat the Tang army's 10,000 cavalry. After knowing this matter, the barbarian Khan directly smashed his most beloved jade cup in the king's tent and took out the scimitar at his waist, cutting the furnishings in the king's tent into a mess. Even the guards beside him were dragged out by the barbarian Khan because of some small matter and were directly trampled to death by the galloping horses. For a time, everyone in the king's tent was as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to breathe loudly, fearing that they would cause the Khan to die in vain. After venting for a while, the barbarian Khan once again ordered people to summon Tang Songling. Assistant Minister Tang, that Tang dynasty's king of Qin has gone too far. Does the Tang dynasty really want to make me, Shui Yantua, an enemy? I, Shui Yantua, respect the Tang dynasty, but that does not mean that I, Shui Yantua, am weak. Tang Songling was at Overseer Mountain and had lost contact with the outside world. He did not know what had happened in the grassland. The last time he met with the barbarian Khan, he found out that Shui Yantua had sent 50,000 troops to deal with King of Qin Li Wangyu. Although he did not admit defeat, he was still worried. These days, he had sent out people to gather information in Shui Yantua's palace, but to no avail. It would be a lie to say that Tang Songling was not worried about this. He could only pray in his heart that King of Qin Li Wangyu would retreat and lead 10,000 Tang troops out of Mo Bay safely. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to complete his task. Who would have thought that the barbarian Khan would suddenly summon him and spit at him furiously the moment they met? Tang Songling was surprised, but he was also overjoyed. Without a doubt, Shui Yantua and his men must have suffered a great loss for the barbarian Khan to lose his composure. He did not know what the king of Qin had done with the 10,000 troops, but there was no doubt that they must have taught Shui Yantua a lesson. That was why the barbarian Khan was so angry. Tang Songling could not help but laugh. Haha, barbarian Khan, I have already said this. Have you forgotten your identity? As a subject of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words? Making an enemy of the Tang dynasty? Is Shui Yantua worthy? You! How dare you? The barbarian Khan was like an enraged bull. His eyes were red as he pulled out a machete from his waist and placed it on Tang Songling's neck. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Ha ha! Barbarian Khan. If you are willing to bury Shui Yantua with me, just cut off the machete in your hand. If I blink, I will give my head to Barbarian Khan to kick like a ball. Tang Songling was not afraid. Instead, he stretched his neck forward. It had to be said that the officials of the early Tang dynasty were all martial artists and had a sense of pride in their bones. It was even more so when they faced the barbarians of the grassland. The Tang dynasty was their strongest backing. Those who offend the emissary of the Tang dynasty will be killed. If you are disrespectful, I will destroy your country. Tang Songling's father, Tang Jian, used himself as bait to lure the Turks. He made great contributions to the Tang dynasty by defeating the Turks and capturing Sheli Khan alive. In history, Wang Xuanzi, who single-handedly destroyed a country, single-handedly destroyed central India and wrote the legend of the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan wanted to threaten the emissary of the Tang dynasty, but he had made a mistake. Tang Songling's words put the barbarian Khan in an awkward position. He panted heavily and the veins on his hand that was holding the machete bulged. He did not care about anything else and directly cut down the Tang emissary. In the end, the barbarian Khan's fear of the Tang dynasty stopped him from cutting down with his machete. Good. Since Assistant Minister Tang is not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. I will show you how I defeat the Tang dynasty. Men, gather all the troops and I will personally lead the troops to battle. Assistant Minister Tang, you will go with me. The barbarian Khan finally put away his machete, but he did not plan to let Tang Songling go. Tang Songling shrugged indifferently. He did not care about the barbarian Khan's anger. He was just curious about what the Qin King Li Wangyu had done. Why did he feel like he had pierced through the sky of the northern desert grassland? It was not a secret that Shui Yantua had a total of 200,000 soldiers. It was unbelievable that the barbarian Khan had gathered all of Shui Yantua's soldiers just to deal with Li Wangyu's 10,000 soldiers. Could it be? Could it be that Shui Yantua's 50,000 soldiers were annihilated by the Qin King? This sudden thought shocked Tang Songling himself, but he also felt that it was too unrealistic. Tang Songling naturally did not expect that although his guess was not correct, it was not far from the truth. After Li Wangyu defeated Sheli Luo's army of 50,000, he pursued relentlessly. Sheli only had 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers and he was already scared out of his wits. He did not dare to go against the Tang army and could only escape to the north. However, when Shui Yantua's army was defeated, most of the horses were seized by the Tang army during the chaos. This caused Shui Yantua's army to not have enough horses. At least half of Shui Yantua's cavalry only had one man and one horse. Under such circumstances, how could they outrun the Tang army on the grassland? Therefore, after more than 10 days of pursuit, Sheli's 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers were left with less than 20,000 soldiers. The rest of the cavalry were left behind due to the lack of horses. They were either captured by the Tang army or killed by the blades of the Tang army. Li Wangyu led 9,000 cavalry and pursued all the way. They were about to reach Shui Yantua's palace, Overseer Mountain. At this time, the remaining 150,000 soldiers of Shui Yantua had already gathered at Overseer Mountain. They had already set up camp and were waiting for the Tang army to arrive. Chapter 1044. Pai Lupi ordered the Tang army stationed along the Great Wall to leave the pass and enter the desert to meet the king of Qin. Naturally, the generals did not dare to delay. After receiving the order, the Tang army stationed at several passes left the pass and entered the Mabe grassland. The Tang dynasty did not attach importance to the Great Wall. Unlike the Qin and Han dynasties, the Tang dynasty did not rely on the Great Wall to defend the grassland tribes. If the nomads from the north came to invade, the Tang dynasty would just mount their horses and charge into the grassland, killing the nomads until their faces turned pale. Therefore, the Tang army stationed at several passes along the Great Wall did not have many soldiers. Their main task was to patrol and warn, not to defend. The Tang army stationed at several passes totaled only 5,000 to 6,000 men. Compared to Shui Yantua's army of 200,000, it was just a drop in the ocean. However, the Tang army did not take Shui Yantua's threat seriously. After receiving Pai Lupi's order, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry immediately charged into the grassland. It was not that the Tang army was muddle-headed and thought that they were supermen who could fight 100 men. It was because they were like Tang Songling, who had the solid support of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they did not take Shui Yantua seriously. Unlike the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu, they were attacking Shui Yantua privately under the order of Li Wangyu. However, the several thousand Tang army stationed at the Great Wall came out under the order of the emperor. The meaning was different, so was the morale. They did not believe that Shui Yantua dared to fight with them. The Tang flag in their hands was the embodiment of Pai Lupi's will in the Mabe grassland. The boundary between the Tang dynasty and Shui Yantua was the Great Wall. In addition to the Tang army stationed by the Tang dynasty, Shui Yantua also had several thousand cavalry stationed here. When the Tang army swarmed out of the pass, Shui Yantua's people were shocked. They quickly formed a formation to stop the Tang army from entering the grassland. However, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang army did not care about the Shui Yantua cavalry stationed outside the Great Wall. They rode their horses directly into the grassland and headed north. Shui Yantua's cavalry looked at each other, but they did not dare to wave their swords and spears at the Tang army. A few of Shui Yantua's kiliarchs discussed for a while and did not know how to deal with it. They could only lead their subordinates to catch up with the Tang army and follow behind them from a distance. At the same time, they sent someone to send a message and ask for countermeasures. The 5,000 to 6,000 Tang soldiers did not even bother to pay attention to Shui Yantua's men who were following them. They just went north to look for King of Qin. However, they did not expect that a few days later, they would encounter the 1,000 men that Li Wangyu had ordered to escort the captives and spoils of war. After a brief communication, the two sides figured out what had happened. The Tang army that was ordered to come out of the pass to receive the King of Qin was surprised, happy, and envious. He was shocked because Qin Wang was so bold. With only 9,000 men, he dared to go straight to Overseer Mountain and cause trouble for Shui Yantua's people. They were happy that they had the exact whereabouts of the Duke of Qin, Li Wangyu. At least they didn't have to wander around the grasslands. As for the envy, it was naturally because of the thousands of prisoners and the many spoils of war in front of him. As for the Shui Yantua's cavalry that was following the Tang army from afar, they naturally saw this scene and were both shocked and angry. How could they not be angry when they saw that thousands of their fellow soldiers were captured by the Tang army? Moreover, the Tang army's purpose of escorting them south was self-evident. Naturally, they were preparing to escort them back to the Tang dynasty. How could these Shui Yantua's cavalry let this happen? Now that things had come to this, even if these Shui Yantua's cavalry were unwilling to have a conflict with the Tang army, they could not bear it anymore. If they really watched as the Tang army escorted their fellow soldiers back to the Tang dynasty, then they would not be able to stay in the North Desert grasslands anymore. They would definitely be beheaded by the furious barbarian Khan. Therefore, a small-scale battle broke out. Thousands of Tang army against the same number of Shui Yantua's cavalry. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty first came from the strength of its military. In a situation of the same scale, the Tang army could be said to be invincible. Therefore, the outcome of this small-scale battle was self-evident. 2 hours later, the defeated Shui Yantua's cavalry fled north, battered and exhausted, while the Tang army's troops heading south gained another few hundred captives. After defeating the Shui Yantua's cavalry, they did not dare to delay any longer. After handing over the captive Shui Yantua's cavalry to the Tang army's cavalry heading south, they galloped in the direction of the military governor mountain. These Tang army soldiers were ordered to come out of the mountain pass. No matter what, they had to meet up with Li Wangyu. Otherwise, they would not dare to return like this. When they heard that His Highness King of Qin only commanded 9,000 men and horses to head straight to the military governor mountain to challenge Shui Yantua's army of 200,000, these Tang army soldiers felt a chill down their spines. They did not think that the King of Qin could win. Even if they had a few thousand men, compared to Shui Yantua's army of 200,000, it was still a drop in the bucket. Now that they were heading straight to the military governor mountain, they might just be sending themselves to their deaths. However, even if the road ahead was bleak, these Tang army soldiers did not dare to turn their horses around and head south to return to the Great Wall. Whether it was because of Pai Lupi's order or because they wanted to rescue the King of Qin, they could only brace themselves and continue forward. As soldiers, even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames in front of them, they had to give it a try. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Li Wangyu, who was thousands of miles away, naturally did not know about this small battle that happened on the grassland. At this time, he had already led 9,000 men and horses to chase after the frightened Xieli all the way to the military governor mountain. Only then did he stop his footsteps. The scouts in the army reported that Shui Yintua's army's camp was located 20 miles ahead. According to the banners on the camp, it was certain that Shui Yintua's barbarian Khan had personally set out to battle and was currently in that camp. Li Wangyu was not so arrogant as to directly go head-to-head with Shui Yintua's army of 100,000. After ordering people to set up camp, he led Mi Tua and a group of silk pants up a small hill nearby, preparing to personally observe the situation of the enemy. However, when they climbed up the hill and used binoculars to look at Shui Yintua's camp under the protection of his personal guards and troops, their faces became quite ugly. Even if Li Wangyu knew how stupid Shui Yintua's dismounted cavalry formation was and where its fatal weakness was, when he saw Shui Yintua's camp not far away, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. With an army of 100,000, its camp area stretched for several miles. As far as the eye could see, Shui Yintua's banners were fluttering in the wind and countless cavalry were galloping around the camp as a warning. In Shui Yintua's camp, there were even more people moving about and the neighing of horses could be heard incessantly. Even if Li Wangyu's psychological quality was not bad, when he saw this camp of 100,000 people, he still felt shocked. In fact, Li Wangyu was not unaware of what a camp of 100,000 soldiers looked like. The army he had led to the west previously had 150,000 people, which was not inferior to Shui Yintua's army in front of him at all, or even better. However, he had never looked at the camp of the Tang army from a high place. Being in the camp, he did not realize that looking at the camp of 100,000 soldiers would be so shocking. Chang Chumo and the others also had ugly expressions at this moment. Chai Lingwu could not help but swallow his saliva. Zio, are we really going to throw a few thousand people to attack Shui Yintua's army? Shouldn't we reconsider? Mi Tua also quickly advised, Your Highness, you have already taught Shui Yintua's people a lesson. Why don't we immediately go south and return to the Tang dynasty? I think that if we travel light, Shui Yintua's army will not be able to catch up with us even if they want to. The group of foppish young masters also began to persuade him, and even Ague had the same attitude. Although he wanted to avenge the Hurut tribe, it was simply crazy to use a few thousand people to attack 100,000 people. Li Wangyu was persuaded by the crowd, but his heart was beating like a drum. Could this battle really be won? F***CK. Don't tell me you're talking nonsense in the history books? Could Li Ji really defeat tens of thousands of Shui Yintua's cavalry with just 6,000 people? Li Wangyu's face could not help but turn pale. He felt that he had really made a fatal mistake. Chapter 1045. After seeing the camp that stretched for miles, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a big mistake, which was to ignore the numerical advantage of Shui Yintua's army. Although he knew the fatal weakness of Shui Yintua's dismounted cavalry, in the face of an absolute advantage, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break this weakness. The barbarian Khan had hundreds of thousands of troops. It was impossible for him to send all of his troops to fight him. Thus, even if he defeated tens of thousands of Shui Yintua's army, it would be meaningless. The barbarian Khan still had hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. He would not give him a second chance to send out cavalry to attack the cavalry at the rear. Even if the barbarian Khan was extremely stupid and ordered all of his troops to dismount and fight the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu would not stand a chance. Shui Yintua's army had 5 people in a team. During the battle, 4 people would dismount and 1 person would guard the horses at the rear. Among the hundreds of thousands of troops, there were nearly 30,000 people guarding the horses at the rear. On the other hand, Li Wangyu only had 2,000 cavalrymen. Unless he could conjure up a few thousand more cavalry, it would be impossible for him to defeat 30,000 people with only 2,000 cavalry. Another way to defeat Shui Yintua's army was to use the composite steel crossbows to shoot in 3 stages. Li Wangyu believed that as long as he had enough crossbows, he would not be afraid even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses on the opposite side. However, the problem was that the 2,000 crossbowmen had a limited number of arrows in their quiver. This was not a real-time strategy game where as long as there were soldiers, there would be an endless stream of arrows to shoot out. The standard configuration of the Tang army was that each crossbowman carried 75 arrows, the same as the Mongolian cavalry in the future. This was because the Tang dynasty did not lack horses and could provide enough horses for the crossbowmen to carry supplies and other supplies. Otherwise, they would not have been able to carry so many arrows. European longbowmen in the Middle Ages usually carried only 50 arrows with them when fully loaded. As for the 2,000 crossbowmen under Li Wangyu, they had used up some of the arrows in their quiver during the chase. Now, each of them only had 50 to 60 arrows left. It was wishful thinking to rely on these crossbow bolts to defeat the 100,000-strong Shui Yantuo cavalry. Without the crossbows, the composite steel crossbows in the hands of the 2,000 archers were no different from firearms without bullets. They were even worse than fire sticks. If the barbarian male Khan did not care, and the 100,000 soldiers surrounded him from all sides, then even if he, Li Wangyu, had great ability, he would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. After understanding all this, Li Wangyu's back couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although Li Wangyu was unwilling to accept the persuasion of the foppish young masters and Mito, he could only nod silently. "All right, let's withdraw." Motherf *Ker, Enan and Shelley Luo, those two bastards, got lucky. Li Wangyu spat angrily towards the foot of the hill, then turned around and ordered everyone to descend the hill, preparing for a full retreat. Li Wangyu admitted defeat and prepared to run, but the barbarian Khan would not let him go. After Li Wangyu made the decision, the Tang army immediately abandoned the camp that they had just set up, and the rear became the front, retreating towards the south. However, the army had only run for a few dozen miles when the scouts at the back of the army quickly reported that the Shui Yantuo army had also left camp, and the Super Tang army was chasing after them. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only order the army to speed up and retreat towards the south. The current situation was completely reversed from a few days ago. Previously, Li Wangyu led the Tang army to chase after Shelley Luo, but now it was the barbarian Khan who led his son Shelley Luo to chase after Li Wangyu. Luckily, the 9,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu did not lack horses. Each person rode 3 horses, and with a small group moving forward, they did not have to worry about being caught by the Shui Yantuo army for a while. However, the sudden change in the situation caused the morale of the 9,000 Tang cavalry to drop to the bottom. A second ago they were still arrogant victors, and the next moment they were chased by the Shui Yantuo army like dogs. This was a huge blow to their morale. The Tang army retreated all the way south, but the Shui Yantuo army did not give up and chased after them. Who asked Li Wangyu to kill the son of the barbarian Khan, Bashuo, and lead the Tang army to defeat Shelley Luo's 50,000 cavalry. He even chased them all the way to where the Shui Yantuo palace was. If the barbarian Khan swallowed this humiliation and did not take revenge, then his Khan position would not be stable. After all, Shui Yantuo had just established the Khanate not long ago, and the people of the various tribes in the Khanate were not stable. If Li Wangyu was allowed to leave after slapping the face of the Xianchuo Khanate, it would not be long before the Xianchuo Khanate was divided. To stop the Tang cavalry from escaping south, the barbarian Khan sent out his 10,000 most elite wolf cavalry. These 10,000 wolf cavalry used the speed of their horses to cause a lot of trouble for Li Wangyu's Tang cavalry. Luckily, with the steel crossbows in their hands, they were able to suppress the arrogance of the wolf cavalry. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the wolf cavalry did not dare to force their way into the Tang army. They could only follow behind the Tang cavalry and harass their speed day and night. Facing this, the Tang army could not help but feel bitter. However, as their horses were not as fast as the enemy, they could not chase them away. Li Wangyu did not have any good ideas and could only ignore them. Just like this, one chased and one fled, and 10 days passed in a flash. During this period of time, the 9,000 Tang cavalry lost close to 100 men due to the harassment of the wolf cavalry. Of course, the Shui Yantuo wolf cavalry did not have it easy either. To delay the Tang army's retreat, they left behind close to 1,000 corpses. However, even so, the Tang army was in a tough spot. The North Desert was simply too huge. From the military governor mountain to the Great Wall, it was 2,000 miles. The Tang army traveled light and could only travel 100 miles in a day. To return to the Tang dynasty, they had to cross the Great Wall, and they were only halfway there. However, after being chased by the Shui Yantua army for 10 days and being harassed by the wolf cavalry, the men were tired and the horses were tired. On this day, before the sun set, the Tang army charged into a river valley. Li Wangyu immediately ordered the army to set up camp here. Although the North Desert was a grassland, it still had mountains and rivers. The river valley that they were in had mountains on both sides and trees on the mountains. At the bottom of the valley was a meandering river that was a few meters wide. The entire river valley was less than 100 steps wide, easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a rare place for the Tang army to rest. At least they did not have to worry about being attacked by the wolf cavalry in the middle of the night. As long as they blocked the entrance of the river valley, they would not have to worry about the harassment of the wolf cavalry. The tired Tang army got off their horses. Without resting, they led their equally tired horses to the river to wash them. These horses were the most trustworthy companions of the Tang army. Therefore, taking care of the horses was the most important task of every Tang army. After Li Wangyu and the wastrels handed their horses over to their personal guards to take care of, they didn't stay idle. They led a few of their personal guards up the hill and prepared to observe the situation of the enemy. Looking at the wolf cavalry army that had set up camp a few miles away, Li Wangyu could not help but curse in his heart. Feng Ai immediately cursed out, "Damn bastards! These damn wolf riders are really like ghosts that won't go away. Zio, what should we do now? If we continue to run like this, our horses might not be able to last much longer. I'm afraid we won't be able to outrun those wolf cubs that grew up on the grassland." Li Wangyu nodded silently. Everyone knew what Feng Yai said, but they did not have a way to break out of this situation. For a moment, everyone was silent. After a long time, Mi Tuo suddenly said, "Your Highness, old slave dares to say that this place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Why don't your Highness hand over the army to the old slave? Your Highness should not care about this matter and quickly return to Chang'an. His Majesty is still waiting for your Highness in Taiji Palace." Mi Tuo's words stunned Li Wangyu and the others. They immediately reacted and understood what Mi Tuo meant. Obviously, Mi Tuo intended to lead the rest of the Tang army to defend this river valley to give Li Wangyu and the other wastrels time to escape. With the ability of the Tang army, even if the barbarian Khan arrived with more than 100,000 troops, they might not be able to break through the defense of the Tang army in a short time. As long as they could delay for a few days, Li Wangyu and the others could easily escape from the pursuit of Shui Yantua's army. Mi Tuo's words made the wastrels look at each other and did not know how to respond. If they said that they did not want to live, it would be a lie. But if they were asked to abandon the Tang army and escape on their own, Chang Chumo and the others would definitely not agree. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They all looked at Li Wangyu, waiting to see how he would answer. Li Wangyu laughed and patted Mi Tuo's shoulder. "Haha, Mi Tuo, I am still alive and you want to snatch my military power? Get lost. Don't forget, as long as His Majesty does not give an order, I am still the chief of the Western Expedition Army." "Your Highness!" Mi Tuo was anxious and wanted to persuade him again. But Ague, who was beside Li Wangyu, suddenly spoke. "Oh no! There is smoke and dust on the south side of the river valley. There is cavalry." Ague's words shocked everyone, and they all turned to look. Chapter 1046. Not only did Atai notice the appearance of cavalry in the south of the valley, the scouts in the army had also issued a warning. Horns were blown in the valley, and all the Tang soldiers did not hesitate. They quickly gathered under the orders of the captains and were ready to face the enemy. The faces of Li Wangyu and the other wastrels had turned ugly. The valley they were in was still in the hinterland of the Shui Yantua Khanate, so there was no doubt about the identity of the cavalry in the south. Li Wangyu did not expect Shui Yantua's men to be so fast. They had already bypassed the valley and appeared in the south. As a result, the 9,000 Tang soldiers were in a desperate situation. It was true that the valley was easy to defend, but if both sides of the valley were blocked by Shui Yantua's army, the Tang army would be trapped in a cage. Even if Li Wangyu had great abilities, he would not be able to escape. After being stunned, Chang Chumo spat on the ground. "Bastard! They came so fast." Atai was very experienced, and he could roughly estimate the enemy's strength just by looking at the dust. He observed carefully and was relieved. It's not a big problem, only 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry. Li Wangyu and the others were relieved when they heard this. 5,000 to 6,000 Shui Yantua cavalry was not a big problem. Since Li Wangyu led the Tang army to defeat the 50,000 Shui Yantua cavalry, the few thousand cavalry were not taken seriously by the others. Such a small force was not enough to stop the Tang army from leaving. Not to mention 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry, even if it was 10,000 Shui Yantua cavalry, the Tang army would not be afraid. It was only because of the threat of Shui Yantua's 100,000 strong army that they did not dare to tangle with the Shui Yantua cavalry. Li Wangyu did not dare to delay, and he ordered everyone to go down the mountain. Just as he was about to break out, he heard the sound of a gong coming from the camp of the Tang army. Sun Zi, discussion of troops. Enter when hearing the sound of the drum, retreat when hearing the sound of the gong. Since ancient times, China would beat the gong to retreat. The sound of the gong meant that the troops were retreating, and the Tang dynasty was the same. The sound of the gong meant that the battle alarm was lifted. Li Wangyu and the debauches couldn't help but be stupefied. Could it be that the cavalry that appeared at the southern end of the valley wasn't Shui Yantua's men, but an ally? However, why would there be allies in Shui Yantua's territory? No one dared to tarry and hurriedly descended the mountain. Only when they arrived at the valley did they find out the reason. It turned out that the cavalry that appeared at the southern end of the valley was the Tang army that was ordered by Pai Lupi to go out of the Great Wall and enter the northern desert grassland to support Li Wangyu. They went all the way north but happened to encounter the Tang army going south in this valley. After the scouts ascertained their identities, they sent back a message and removed the battle alarm of the Tang army. When the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry that had come to support met up with the Tang army led by Li Wangyu, it naturally caused waves of cheers. Although the threat of Shui Yantua's army had not been eliminated, to be able to receive reinforcements at this time was a good thing to boost the morale of the army. When Li Wangyu went down to the valley, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry had already entered the valley. The valley was bustling with joy. A few Tang cavalry officers that were ordered to come to support immediately knelt down on one knee when they saw Li Wangyu and greeted him. I am Shui Li, the Zhaowu commandant of Zhichong Mansion in Daizhou of Hedong Province. I am following His Majesty's order to come out of seclusion to support His Highness Duke of Qin. Greetings to His Majesty. I am Jinwei commandant of Zhichong Mansion in Shizhou of Hedong Province. Li Wangyu was in a good mood and hurriedly went forward to help the young commandants up. Haha, I was just worried that I didn't have enough troops. You all appeared just in time. Don't be so polite, please rise. Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of queen by Pai Lupi, so he should change his title to I or I. To this, Li Wangyu was not used to it. However, under the repeated requests of Mi Tuo, the minister of imperial household, he was slowly getting used to it. The commandants of the Tang army called Li Wangyu His Majesty, which was the official title of prince in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu always felt that this title sounded like a bandit leader, he could do nothing about it. As for Chang Chumo and the rest, although they usually called Li Wangyu by his courtesy name, when it came to formal occasions, they still had to call him His Majesty. Li Wangyu praised the commandants of the Tang army and invited them to sit down and chat. At the same time, he ordered people to prepare wine and food. He wanted to reward these commandants. In the Tang army, there were a total of 9 ranks and 16 grades. These commandants were only secondary rank 6 and primary rank 6 commandants. They were low-level officers in the army and were far from Li Wangyu's status. Seeing Li Wangyu, the famous king of Qin, treating them so kindly, the commandants couldn't help but blush with excitement and straighten their backs. Li Wangyu chatted with the commandants for a while and suddenly remembered their self-introduction. He turned to the commandant named Shui Li and asked, Commandant Shui, are you from Hedong Dao? Yes, I am from Longmen County in Jiangzhou of Hedong Dao. My ancestors are from the Shui clan's southern ancestral house. What? Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, which startled everyone. Li Wangyu ignored everyone's surprise and stared at Shui Li and asked, Do you have your courtesy name? Your Majesty, My courtesy name is Rengue. Shui Rengue? Li Wang Yu couldn't help but be in a daze. This young commandant in front of him was the famous Shui Rengue from the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Shui Rengue who defeated the 9 surnames Tai Lu, subdued Goguryeo, and defeated the Turks. He had outstanding achievements: 3 arrows set the heavenly mountain, divine bravery conquering Liaodong, and taking off his hat and repelling 10,000 enemies? Li Wangyu had asked that question because he felt that Shui Li's name was somewhat familiar, which was why he had asked. Shui Li, courtesy name Rengue, was from Longmen County in Jiangzhou of Hudong Dao. He was from the Shui clan's southern ancestral house, a famous general from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In history, Shui Rengue joined the army at the end of the Chang'an era. He followed Goguryeo and was promoted by Pai Lupi. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The timing didn't match. Shui Rengue joined the army when he was nearly 30 years old. At that time, it was already the 17th year of the Chang'an era. Previously, Shui Rengue had always been farming at home. It wasn't until Pai Lupi went to Liaodong and recruited soldiers that Shui Rengue joined the army under the persuasion of his wife. However, now that it was the 7th year of the Chang'an era, why was Shui Rengue in the army? Was this Shui Rengue really that famous general in history? Li Wangyu was a little confused. His excitement from before calmed down a little. Commandant Shui, when did you join the army? Li Wangyu asked again. I joined the army in the 5th year of the Chang'an era. Oh? Since Commandant Shui is from the Shui family's southern ancestral house, you are also the descendant of a famous person. Why did you join the army? Shui Rengue's face turned slightly red. He looked up at Li Wangyu and replied embarrassedly, Your Majesty, although I am from the Shui family's southern ancestral house, my family has been poor since childhood. Although I have practiced martial arts since childhood, I have never thought of joining the army. The reason I joined the army, apart from my wife's persuasion, was mainly because of Your Majesty. Because of me? Li Wangyu couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't understand what Shui Rengue meant. I won't hide it from Your Majesty. After I read Your Majesty's romance of the 3 kingdoms, I felt that men should be like Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang, Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, and Zhao Zilong of Changshan. They should rely on their own abilities to assist the king and support the country. Only then would they not have wasted their time in this world. I also have some martial arts skills, so I chose to join the army. I want to make some achievements and bring glory to my ancestors. I want to bring glory to the Shui family. Shui Rengue's words made Li Wangyu's teeth ache. He felt that plagiarizing the romance of the 3 kingdoms could make the butterfly wings of history flutter like this. Even Shui Rengue's life had been changed. He really didn't know how to evaluate this. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that not only Shui Rengue but also Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Wu Minyang, and the others' lives had changed because he and Su Chongqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu thought about these things, he couldn't help but feel happy. It wasn't a bad thing. Regardless of whether Shui Rengue had joined the army more than 10 years in advance, now that he was in trouble, the heavens sent Shui Rengue to him. It was really interesting. Chang Chumo and the others didn't know that Li Wangyu's heart was full of twists and turns. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, they were also happy. Fang Yai raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He shouted, Zio, it's naturally a good thing that Officer Shui and the others have come to help. Today we will rest and reorganize for the night. Tomorrow we will continue to march and return to the pass as soon as possible. The dandy and me Tua nodded. Although the 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers brought by Shui Rengue wouldn't be of much use, they could raise the morale of the army. With this motivation, the soldiers could continue to hold on. If they held on for another 10 days, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to return to the Great Wall. When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes flashed. He shook his head and smiled. Chapter 1047. Run my ass. I'm not running anymore. I've been chased by that bastard for thousands of miles. I've had enough. Since we have reinforcements now, let's have a showdown with Shelly and Barbarian here. Li Wangyu was indeed being chased by Shui Yentua's army led by Barbarian Khan. He was so frustrated that he directly cursed. Chang Chumo was stunned, not understanding Li Wangyou's meaning. Zio, what do you mean? Do you want to have a showdown with Barbarian Khan? That's close to 200,000 troops. Shui Yantua Khanate had 200,000 armored soldiers. Even if Shelley had lost 20 to 30,000 men, there were still 170 to 80,000 soldiers chasing after them. They were only a day's journey away. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. Even if reinforcements arrived, there were only 5 to 6,000 cavalry. Did Li Wangyu want to start a war with Shui Yantua's people with only 10,000 men? Wasn't that crazy? Including those officers who were ordered to support Li Wangyu. After hearing Li Wangyou's words, they were all thunderstruck. Only Shui Rengui's eyes were shining, as if he didn't feel that Li Wangyou's words were inappropriate. Your Highness, don't use force. Shui Yantua is coming menacingly. It's better to avoid them for now. Mi Tua hurriedly advised. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Actually, Shui Yantua's people are not that powerful. Shelley's 50,000 cavalry were also beaten to the point of fleeing. Even if Barbarian Khan has more troops now, so what? Can they still break through the crossbowmen's 3-stage shooting? He then pointed to the hills on both sides. Brothers, this valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. The valley entrance is only 100 steps wide. Even if Shui Yantua has more troops, how many can he send? Previously, we didn't have enough crossbow arrows and could only retreat. But Officer Shui and the others brought a lot of armor-piercing arrows, enough to teach that bastard Barbarian Khan a lesson. Li Wangyou's words were not without reason. Shui Rengui's 5 to 6,000 cavalry were all lightly armored, unlike the infantry and cavalry under Li Wangyou's command. In addition to being equipped with armor and weapons, the light cavalry soldiers were also equipped with horned bows. Every soldier carried 50 arrows in their quiver. 5 to 6,000 cavalrymen, that meant they had brought close to 300,000 bows and arrows. Including the arrows that Li Wangyou's archers still had, they had a total of 4 to 500,000 arrows. With enough ammunition, Li Wangyu had enough confidence to say what he had just said. His explanation made Chang Chumo and the others' eyes light up, feeling that it was reasonable. The power of the Atlas crossbow, as well as the 3-stage shooting method that Li Wangyu came up with, had already proven its valiant lethality. Chang Chumo was confident that no army could withstand such a dense and powerful rain of arrows. Not to mention Shui Yantua, even the Tang army could not do it. Even the most elite cavalry of the Tang dynasty, the Black Armored Army, could not do it. The valley they were in now was an excellent place to fight. They did not need to worry about Shui Yantua's army surrounding them from all sides. As long as they could withstand the attacks of Shui Yantua's army, they would be invincible. Chang Chumo and the others were actually the same as Li Wangyu. These days, they had been chased by Shui Yantua's army until they were frustrated. Being harassed by those damn wolf cavalry day and night made them even angrier. After hearing Li Wangyou's plan, they did not hesitate and were all rubbing their hands together in excitement. Ziyu's words make sense. F***ck his mother. Bastard. After chasing us for so long, it's time to let that bastard Barbarian Khan have a taste of our power. That's right. Damn it. Being chased for thousands of miles? I've had enough. F***ck his mother. That's right. Now that we have tens of thousands of soldiers, let's fight that old Barbarian Khan. Shui Rengui did not hesitate and bowed. My king, if you trust this general is willing to lead my soldiers as the vanguard and serve my king. Willing to serve my king. Although the rest of the captains felt that Li Wangyu and the others were crazy, they could not say anything at this time and could only follow Shui Rengui's lead and ask to fight. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed. Haha, of course. I dare to fight the Barbarian Khan here because of Lieutenant Shui's help. Whether we can win this battle or not, it all depends on Lieutenant Shui. Shui Rengui was a rare fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. He joined the army in the 17th year of Chang'an and followed Pai Lupi to Liaodong, achieving great merit in his first battle. According to the history books, Shui Rengui was dressed in white, with a halberd and spear in his hands and 2 bows at his waist. He was invincible and defeated the Goguryeo army. If the 30-year-old Shui Rengui was so brave, how could the 20-year-old Shui Rengui not do the same? To defeat Shui Yantuo's army, the key was to attack the cavalry behind the dismounted cavalry formation. As long as he defeated Shui Yantuo's cavalry and turned them into cripples, Li Wangyu would not be afraid even if he fought with fewer people. Previously, he only had 2,000 cavalry under him and did not have a fierce general to lead them. It was difficult for him to attack Shui Yantuo's cavalry. Who would have thought that the little wings of history would flap, and because of a romance of the Three Kingdoms, Shui Rengui joined the army 10 years earlier and led the Tang army to reinforce him. This naturally gave Li Wangyu a lot of confidence. He was prepared to hand over his 2,000 cavalry and the 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry to Shui Rengui. When the two sides were fighting, Shui Rengui would lead his troops to attack Shui Yantuo's cavalry. As long as he succeeded, needless to say, the 100,000 Shui Yantuo's army would be no more than chickens and dogs. Li Wangyu kept his smile and said solemnly, "Shui Rengui, listen to my orders. Present. I order you to be the commander of the cavalry, and all the cavalry will be under your command. Do you have the confidence to lead the cavalry to defeat Shui Yantuo's army?" Li Wangyu's words shocked everyone. The rich kids and me too all looked at each other, not understanding what Li Wangyu meant. This young officer named Shui Rengui was merely a Zhaowu chaplain of the upper 6th rank. A lieutenant only led 1,000 men, and his position was similar to a colonel in the future. Under Li Wangyu's command were the Xianwei general of the lower 4th rank, the Dingyuan general of the upper 5th rank, and the Qi general of the lower 5th rank. Their positions were similar to the major generals or brigadier generals of the future. To let a colonel command a group of major generals and brigadier generals, this matter was weird no matter how one looked at it. More importantly, Li Wangyu and Shui Rengui had only met for the first time, so why would he give him such an important task? To hand over all 6,000 to 7,000 horse soldiers to a 20-year-old lieutenant commander? The rich kids naturally did not know about Shui Rengui's outstanding military achievements in history, and they did not understand why Li Wangyu valued this young lieutenant so much. However, although everyone was astonished, no one said anything to refute him. After all, Li Wangyu had too many mysterious abilities, and they were most familiar with Li Wangyu, so they knew that he would not speak without thinking. Since he thought highly of this young lieutenant, there must be a reason for it. When the Qin king gave the order, the rich kids did not say anything. Even if the generals in the army cursed in their hearts, they did not dare to say anything. Shui Rengui was also surprised, as he did not expect the Qin king to give him such a heavy task. He opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but in the end, the ambition in his heart made him hold his head high and punch his chest heavily. "This general obeys. If I do not win, this general will bring my head to see the king." "Ha! What do I want your head for?" "I want the heads of the barbarian man and Sheli Fu." Li Wangyu was in a good mood, and he patted Shui Rengui's shoulder with a smile. All the soldiers in the army congratulated Shui Rengui, which made Shui Rengui's face turn red. Obviously, he was very excited about Li Wangyu's important task. After everyone chatted and laughed, Li Wangyu called everyone to sit down again, and they began to discuss the matters of the war. Chapter 1048. In Shui Yantuo's camp, the barbarian Khan held a golden cup and sat on the Khan's seat. A few young and beautiful women served him carefully. He drank the wine in the cup and looked at Sheli Fu. "Is the news true? The Tang army has no reason to continue running? They are staying in that valley?" Sheli Fu's face was ferocious. "Father, this is the news from the wolf cavalry. It must be true. Humph, they have been chased by my army for more than 10 days. With the wolf cavalry attacking them at any time, I'm afraid they are tired and have no strength to continue. I'm afraid they can't run even if they want to, so they can only stop. They want to use the geographical advantage to fight against my army." The barbarian Khan looked up and laughed. "What a joke. They are only thousands of men. So what if they have the geographical advantage? When father arrives with the army tomorrow, I will crush them into powder, to vent my anger. Father, I'm afraid that the Qin king is as timid as a mouse and purposely let the Tang army stay behind to delay the attack so that he can take the opportunity to escape." If we can't catch the Qin king and let him escape back to the Tang dynasty, I will not be satisfied. The barbarian Khan's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. Yes, that's most likely the case. But even if we can't catch the Qin king, those Tang army must be annihilated in the northern desert grassland. None of them can escape. Humph, the Tang dynasty is powerful, but I, Shui Yantuo, can't come and go as I please. We have to teach them a lesson they will never forget. He thought for a while and continued. After the Tang army is annihilated, cut off all their heads and let the Tang dynasty's envoy bring them back. I want to see what the heavenly Khan of the Tang dynasty has to say. Shelley Fu nodded. Father is wise. The father and son looked at each other, then both of them raised their heads and laughed loudly. The army led by the barbarian Khan rushed to the valley where the Tang army was stationed the next day. They set up camp outside the valley and surrounded the entrance of the valley. Shui Yantuo's army rested for a day. On the morning of the third day, they beat the war drums. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Shui Yantuo's army, clad in armor and carrying blades, lined up in neat rows as they poured out of the camp. The black mass of people densely covered the grassland outside the valley. Their momentum was astonishing, and a murderous aura filled the air. Even the soaring eagles in the sky seemed to be shocked by this soaring momentum, and did not dare to approach the battlefield at all. The Tang army was naturally prepared. Following the beating of the war drums, they swarmed out and blocked the narrow entrance to the valley. There were still 2,000 jumping soldiers holding shields at the front of the battle formation. Behind them were 1,000 Mo sabers wearing Mingguang armor and wielding Mo sabers. Behind them were 2,000 archers. What was different from before was that there were nearly 100 arrows piled up in front of each archer. The fine steel arrowheads shone with a dazzling cold light under the morning sun. If they were ordinary archers of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu would never equip them with so many arrows. The reason was simple. No archer could draw the bowstring more than 100 times. For the ordinary bows of the Tang dynasty, even if it was a one-pickle bow, the soldiers could only draw the bowstring 20 to 30 times in a row before their arms were almost exhausted, and it was impossible for them to continue drawing the bowstring. This was the limitation of the human body's physiological structure. No matter how brave and reasonable a general was, he would not be that strong. One of the reasons why firearms would replace bows was because firearms would replace bows. However, the composite crossbow that Li Wangyu had designed was designed with Yan Libin's help. In order to save energy and satisfy the needs of a small body like himself, Li Wangyu had designed a booster for the composite crossbow. With the booster to help him draw the bowstring, it would naturally save energy. Moreover, in order to prevent the archers from exhausting their strength, Li Wangyu also gathered the auxiliary soldiers in the army. Once the archers were unable to draw the bowstring, the auxiliary soldiers would be able to replace them. The biggest advantage of a crossbow was that after the bowstring was drawn, it would be in a state of accumulating energy and waiting to be fired. Therefore, the most exhausting part of drawing the bowstring could be handed over to others. 2,000 archers, 400 to 500,000 arrows. This was where Li Wangyu's confidence in winning lied. The strength of the Tang army archers was something that Shelley Luo had suffered a lot. This was something that Shui Yantuo's men were naturally clear about. Hence, to counter the archers of the Tang army, the barbarian man Khan thought of many ways. The barbarian man Khan had 160 to 170,000 troops in his hands. Apart from the auxiliary soldiers and the soldiers guarding the horses, the number of troops he could throw in was 100,000, 10 times that of the Tang army. Hence, just the vanguard forces alone, the barbarian man Khan sent out 30,000 troops at once. However, the entrance of the valley that the Tang army was defending was only 100 steps wide. A single line of soldiers could at most line up to 1,000 men. Hence, even if Shui Yantuo had 30,000 men at the front, he could only send 5,000 men into the battlefield in batches. In the hands of these vanguard soldiers were pretty much all the shields of the Shui Yantuo army. Their goal was obvious, which was to defend against the arrows of the Tang army. To prevent the vanguard forces from collapsing like the previous time and charging into the middle troops, the barbarian man Khan sent out all the 10,000 wolf cavalry to act as military judges to supervise the orders. Anyone who retreated or ran would be killed without mercy. In the eyes of the barbarian man Khan and Shelley Luo, even if the 30,000 vanguard forces died, as long as the Tang army could fight to the death, it would be a victory. Under the beating of Shui Yantua's war drums, the 30,000 vanguard troops started to move. Like a flood, they pressed towards the entrance of the valley that the Tang army was defending. The 30,000 vanguard troops, 5,000 men in a group, 100 meters apart in the middle, there were hundreds of wolf cavalry holding sharp blades patrolling on their horses. The moment Shui Yantua's cavalry wanted to retreat, the weapons in the hands of the wolf cavalry would mercilessly slash at them. Under such strict orders, the Shui Yantua soldiers knew that they had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death against the Tang army. After all, based on Shui Yantua's military law, if they died on the battlefield, their families could still receive compensation. Although it was not much, it was enough for their families to rely on. And if they were killed by the wolf cavalry, not only would they not receive compensation, they would also be labeled as cowards, making their families unable to raise their heads in the tribe. It was also because of this that when Shui Yantua's vanguard troops pressed forward, that kind of fearless momentum was noticed by Li Wangyu and the other wastrels on the watchtower carriage behind the Tang army. Ziyu, this is not good. Shui Yantua's wolf cubs. Why do they look like they have been injected with wolf blood? Fang Yai could not help but feel nervous. Chang Chumo held the binoculars and looked for a while before replying, "Look at the wolf cavalry behind Shui Yantua's men. I'm afraid that the barbarian man Khan gave a death order to prevent Shui Yantua's soldiers from retreating. Damn it, they are going to fight to the death. Ziyu, looks like after you killed Kishuo, the barbarian man hates you to the bone." Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly, knowing that Chang Chumo was right. Now it was too late to say anything. It all depended on whether the Tang army could withstand the pressure and resist the crazy attack of Shui Yantua's army. Shui Yantua's war drums became more and more urgent, and the footsteps of Shui Yantua's vanguard troops became faster and faster. They slowly trotted and rushed toward the Tang army's battle formation. The war had begun. This time, the Tang army's 2,000 archers did not let Shui Yantua's men get close. When Shui Yantua's dismounted cavalry stepped into the shooting range, the 2,000 archers began to shoot under the command of the lieutenant. A sky full of arrows rained down from the sky, directly toward Shui Yantua's army hundreds of meters away. All of Shui Yantua's cavalry immediately raised the shields in their hands, vainly trying to block the arrows. But the arrowheads of the Tang army were all made of fine steel and were extremely sharp. In addition, the composite steel crossbows were pushed by the four-pickle bowstring, making them even sharper. When the arrows rained down, they instantly penetrated the shields of Shui Yantua's men. They penetrated the shields, cut through the armor, and pierced through the human body. Author's note. Being nagged every day, this old man is ashamed. But this book is about to end. Please bear with it for a while. Chapter 1049. As the arrows rained down, Shui Yantua's vanguard immediately suffered a fatal blow. Just one round of arrows took away the lives of hundreds of soldiers, and the number of injured was uncountable. Miserable cries and blood splattered everywhere, and it was comparable to the Azura hell. If it was in the past, the remaining soldiers would have been defeated by such a heavy blow. The casualty ratio was almost more than 10%, but the formation of Shui Yantua's soldiers, after a moment of chaos, continued to raise their shields and charge forward under the scolding of the centurions and chiliarchs. They knew that the shields in their hands could not block the arrows of the Tang army. Perhaps the next person to be hit by the arrows would be themselves. The first wave of 5,000 soldiers could not retreat, and they did not dare to retreat. Forward was death, and backward was also death. Only by risking their lives, they might be able to break through the defense of the Tang army. This was the only thought in the minds of Shui Yantua's vanguard. Since they were chosen to be the vanguard and lead the charge, their fate had been determined. The composite arrows of the Tang dynasty could shoot a distance of 400 steps. It would take at least a minute to put on armor and run this distance of 400 meters. And within a minute, the 2,000 archers of the Tang army had already shot 3 rounds of arrows, shooting out nearly 6,000 arrows. Before the first wave of 5,000 soldiers of Shui Yantua's vanguard could reach the front of the Tang army, They had already been shot by the arrows. The path of the charge was full of corpses, and blood had already soaked the grassland. Presumably, this grassland would grow abnormally dense in the coming year. When the remaining soldiers of Shui Yantuo were within 100 meters, the arrows that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. It was not that the archers of the Tang army were merciful, but the second wave of 5,000 soldiers of Shui Yantuo's vanguard had started to charge again. Under the command of the lieutenant, they gave up on the remaining soldiers, adjusted the angle of the Atlas crossbows in their hands, and started to shoot arrows of death at the charging enemy. The battle formation of the Tang army also moved at this time. At the front of the battle formation, the jumping soldiers holding shields to defend against the enemy's arrows suddenly retreated, and 1,000 Mo swordsmen wearing heavy Mingguang armor stepped forward and stood at the front. In the Tang army, those who could be chosen as the Mo saber wielders were all strong and healthy people. To be able to wear the thick and heavy Mingguang armor and wield a Mo sword that was 9 feet long and weighed 15 kilograms, one would definitely not be able to do it without extraordinary arm strength and strength. These 1,000 Mo swordsmen stood at the front of the formation like unmoving reefs since ancient times, ready to face the assault of the tide at any moment. As Shui Yantuo's soldiers got closer and closer, the commander of the Mo sabers shouted out an order. 1,000 Mo sabers that were shining with cold light were raised high up in the air. Then, they slashed down as fast as lightning. The light of the blade flashed, and everything under its edge was crushed into powder. Under the Mo blade, be it the shields in the hands of the Shui Yantuo soldiers or the armor on their bodies, they were no different from paper. With a single slash of the saber, it was cut into 2 halves. As for the flesh and blood of Shui Yantuo's soldiers, there was no need to talk about it. After the cold light, countless severed limbs flew all over the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams almost shattered the clouds in the sky. This was the Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty, the strongest infantry in the era of cold weapons. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. Shui Yantuo's first wave of 5,000 men and horses, most of them were shot to death by the crossbowmen. The rest of them luckily escaped and tried their best to rush to the front of the Tang army formation. However, they were just sending their heads 1,000 miles away. The 1,000 Mo swordsmen slashed twice, and the corpses of the enemy chiefs in front of them were piled up like a mountain, and the only damage they caused to the Tang army's Mo swordsmen was only a few scratches of varying depths on the Mingguang armor. This scene also fell into the eyes of the barbarian Khan and his son Sheli Mi. Even though he was a hero of the grassland, the barbarian Khan's eyelids couldn't help but tremble a few times. Sheli Mi's back was soaked with sweat. They naturally knew about the bravery of the Tang army, but witnessing it with their own eyes gave them a different feeling. Father, the Tang army's Mo swordsmen are really amazing. The barbarian Khan's face was gloomy as he nodded silently. They are indeed amazing, but so what? The Tang dynasty's Mo sabers weigh 30 pounds. How many times can these Mo swordsmen slash? When they are exhausted, it will be the time of the Tang army's destruction. Father is wise. It was obvious that this father and son pair did not place the lives of Shui Yantuo's soldiers in their eyes. To use tens of thousands of people to exhaust the Tang army would be a victory. As for how many people would die, the barbarian Khan did not care at all. The barbarian Khan's calculations were not wrong at all. Even a well-trained and carefully selected Mo swordsman would not be able to wield a Mo sword that weighed 30 jin without limit. There was a limit to one's strength, and this was a law of nature that could not be broken. Once the Mo swordsmen were exhausted, it would be tough for them to maintain the Tang army's defensive line. With such a plan in mind, the barbarian Khan sent the wolf cavalry out to supervise the military order, chasing Shui Yantuo's soldiers to their deaths one by one, pushing them into the meat grinder to exhaust the strength of the Tang army. After all, Shui Yantuo's army had 100,000 people. Even if the Tang army killed 30 to 40,000, so what? Furthermore, with thousands of Tang soldiers, no matter how valiant they were, how many people could they truly kill? Just as the barbarian Khan had predicted, Shui Yantuo's front army of 30,000 people was formed into groups of 5,000 people. Like moths to a flame, they charged towards the Tang army. 2 waves of Shui Yantuo's army had already been buried in the grassland. The Mo swordsmen were getting more and more dismembered. Even the strong Mo swordsmen started to suffer casualties under the desperate attacks of Shui Yantua's soldiers. On the carriage, Li Wangyu and the other rich kids looked at each other and nodded silently. Whether their plan would succeed or not depended on this. Li Wangyu signaled to Niu Wu, who immediately took off his robe. His upper body was bare, and his muscles bulged like fists, shining under the sunlight. Niu Wu pulled aside the soldiers beside the war drum and spat on his palm. Then he grabbed the drumstick and hit it with force. The Tang army's war drum sounded, and the Tang army heard the drum and moved. The 1,000 Mo swordsmen coldly kept their Mo swordsmen and gathered their strength. At the same time, all of them stepped forward. The uniform footsteps gave off a sound like that of a drum, matching the sound of the Tang army's war drum. The 5,000 Tang army started to push forward. The Tang army actually did not guard the entrance of the valley, but directly pushed out. This change caused the Shui Yantua's army to stagnate. The barbarian Khan suddenly stood up from the stirrups, his eyes filled with shock. How dare they? How dare they charge out of the valley? Are they not afraid that this Khan will surround them and annihilate them? Shelley was also in disbelief. With such a huge disparity in strength, the Tang army actually started to counterattack. How could they? Father, maybe the Tang people know that their strength cannot last long. Rather than waiting for death, why not give it a try? Haha, this will save us a lot of trouble. Since they are willing to charge out, there is nothing bad about it. The barbarian Khan did not comment on Shelley's words. His eyes stared straight ahead, wanting to see what the Tang army was trying to do. The Tang army that came out of the valley once again clashed with the Shui Yantua's army. The sky was still filled with broken limbs, and the wails of the Shui Yantua's army. The 5,000 Tang army formed a battle formation and charged forward with no hesitation. Their sharpness was unstoppable. To be honest, I am not very good at writing war scenes. If you are not happy with it, please forgive me. I have already tried my best. Chapter 1050. Not only did the Tang army not defend the valley, but they also pushed out after crushing Shui Yantua's 2 waves of attacks. This was not because Li Wangyu was hot-headed and felt that 5,000 Tang army could go against the 100,000 Shui Yantua cavalry. The Tang army was at a disadvantage, and this was an undeniable fact. After Li Wangyu discussed with the debauches and a group of generals and lieutenants in the army, they believed that the only way to win was to put enough pressure on Shui Yantua's army and let the barbarian Khan invest more troops. As long as Shui Yantua's cavalry got off their horses, Shui Rengui's 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry would charge out of the valley and go around the battlefield to attack Shui Yantua's cavalry. Hence, even if they were at a disadvantage, the 5,000 Tang army still charged out without hesitation. When the Tang army charged out of the valley, Shui Yantua's advantage was shown. Originally, the Tang army defended the valley, and no matter how strong Shui Yantua's forces were, he could only send more troops to attack the valley entrance. After the Tang army took the initiative to attack, how could Khan let go of such a good chance? He waved his hand and Shui Yantua's main force finally moved out. Khan sent out another 60,000 men in one breath, splitting into the left and right, ready to pincer the Tang army from the sides. Although he felt that something was not right, Shui Yantua's remaining 20,000 vanguard troops were facing huge pressure from the Tang army, and they were showing signs of not being able to win. The 5,000 Tang army had the firepower of the heaven-raising crossbows and the unstoppable killing power of the Mo swordsmen, forcing Shui Yantua's vanguard to retreat. Even if the wolf cavalry kept on shouting orders and even killed dozens of retreating Shui Yantua cavalry, they were still unable to prevent the defeat of the Tang army. However, when Khan directly sent out 60,000 men to pincer the Tang army's attacks stopped. 2,000 jump soldiers blocked the front of the left and right wings of the Tang army, and the archers were also forced to split into 2 rows to try and suppress the enemies in 3 directions. However, the 5,000 Tang army was surrounded by 70,000 to 80,000 Shui Yantua cavalry. No matter how valiant the Tang army was, they could not avoid casualties. When Shui Yantua's archers started to shoot arrows, they caused huge casualties to the Tang army. The bouncing soldiers and Mo swordsmen were still fine. At the very least, they had shields and heavy armor to defend themselves. Even if they were hit by arrows, they would not be hit in the vitals and could still hold on. However, the crossbowmen in the middle of the Tang army's battle formation were at a great disadvantage in the crossfire with the crossbowmen of Shui Yantuo. Even though the composite steel crossbows in their hands were far superior to Shui Yantuo's bow and arrows, the numerical disadvantage determined the number of arrows that both sides could fire. Furthermore, as archers, they were not equipped with shields. Even the armor they wore was only light armor. As the arrows rained down on the Tang army, the casualties of the archers began to increase. Li Wangyou's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the hundreds of archers fall to the ground. He gripped the wooden railing so hard that his knuckles turned white. The possible casualties of the Tang army had actually been predicted by him and the other foppish sons, as well as the officers and soldiers in the army, and they were mentally prepared. However, when the scene really appeared in front of his eyes, Li Wangyou still could not accept it. He even began to blame himself deeply. In his mind, he kept repeating a sentence. A general makes a name for himself and tens of thousands of bones wither. A general makes a name for himself and tens of thousands of bones wither. However, these officers and soldiers were still alive just a moment ago. How could they become Li Wangyou's stepping stones? They also had parents, wives, and children. How could Li Wangyou face the families of these officers and soldiers when they died in the Mabe grassland? Thinking of this, Li Wangyou felt that there was a breath stuck in his chest, and he did not know how to vent it out. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person who had lived in a peaceful era since childhood. When had he ever seen such a bloody battlefield? Even though he had experienced a lot after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyou was still a loser in his bones. He had never thought about the blood and fire of war, but the reality forced him to face it. The sacrifice of the Tang dynasty's officers and soldiers made Li Wangyou ashamed and angry. The bloody fighting on the battlefield made his heart beat violently, and a stuffy feeling in his chest made him look up to the sky and howl. Li Wangyou's sudden outburst scared the wastrels, and they did not understand what had happened to him. In the next moment, Li Wangyou's actions stunned everyone. As the Tang army's commander-in-chief, this guy actually ran straight down the observation tower carriage, mounted his warhorse, and grabbed a long spear from the hands of the troops next to him. Then, Li Wangyou urged his horse to go to Shui Rengui's side and stared at the battlefield outside the valley without saying a word. Cheng Chumo and the others were stunned for a long time before they ran over. "Zio, what are you doing?" "Zio, don't make trouble. Come back quickly." Nyowu was so scared that his face turned pale. He reached out and grabbed Li Wangyou's reins. "Langjun, what are you doing? Don't scare me." Mi Tuo was so shocked that he screamed, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Shui Rengui and the Tang cavalry were also stunned by Li Wangyou's actions. After a long time, Shui Rengui on the horse cupped his fist and saluted Li Wangyou. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" Li Wangyou did not even bat an eyelid at their questions. He just held the long spear in his hand and said coldly, "I will follow you to charge and kill the enemy." When Mi Tuo heard his words, he almost fainted from fright. Everyone in the world knew that the king of Qin had no strength to truss a chicken. In terms of intelligence, no one could compare to the king of Qin. But in terms of battle formation and martial arts, this guy was simply trash. If he followed the Ma army to charge, Pai Lupi would skin everyone alive if something happened to him. Swords and spears had no eyes on the battlefield. No matter who went to the battlefield, his head was hanging on his belt and could be lost at any time. As long as Mi Tuo was not crazy, he would not dare to let Li Wangyou, the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty, go to the battlefield. At this time, Mi Tuo did not care about seniority. He jumped in front of Li Wangyou's horse and reached out with Niu Wu to hold the reins of Li Wangyou's horse. He did not dare to let go no matter what. "Your Highness, old slave begs you. Please don't. His Majesty has already ordered old slave to ensure your Highness's safety and not to take risks. Your Highness, for the sake of old slave's old bones, please don't make it difficult for old slave." Mi Tuo begged with tears and snot running down his face. He looked so pitiful that anyone who saw him would cry. But Li Wangyu was holding back his anger at this time. How could he listen to Mi Tuo's words? He stared at Mito expressionlessly and spat out 2 words coldly. "Let go! Your Highness, please don't. Your Highness." Mi Tuo still wanted to persuade, but Li Wangyu did not want to listen to him. He impatiently waved to the troops next to him, signaling them to drag Mi Tuo away. These Lai Hot troops were also afraid. They did not know whether they should listen to their Lang Jun or not. For a moment, they could not help but turn to look at Niu Wu. Niu Wu had been with Li Wangyu for the longest time, so he knew Li Wangyu the most. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded to his subordinates, signaling them to do as he said. After Mi Tuo was dragged away by the Lai Hot troops, Niu Wu did not hesitate. He also jumped on a horse and urged it to go to Li Wangyu's side. The Lai Hot troops also got on their horses and tightly surrounded Li Wangyu in the middle. These Lai Hot troops were originally imperial guards. They were not tired of fighting on the battlefield. In fact, they were even eager to have a try. They did not want to retire. Instead, they joined Li Wangyu and became Lai Hot troops. Of course, they were ambitious. The Tang dynasty valued military achievements the most. If they were in the army, they would only be ordinary sergeants or colonels. It would be very difficult for them to climb up the ranks. Just like in the government office, a government servant was a government servant. It was impossible for them to become an internal official. However, if they joined the army, not only would they be paid well, but they would also have more opportunities to become outstanding. For example, if they followed their Lang Jun to fight on the battlefield, as long as they made a contribution, they would be able to return to the army and become a captain. It would be a great honor to their ancestors. After all, even if it was the lowest rank of a captain, it would still be a rank above the 9th rank. It was a true military official of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when Li Wangyu wanted to fight on the battlefield, these troops were very excited. They all rubbed their hands together. After Xue Rengue was appointed as the commander of the cavalry by Li Wangyu, he was originally in high spirits. He was ready to show off his skills in front of the king of Qin. In the end, Li Wangyu's actions caused him to be at a loss of what to do. "Everyone, don't worry. This old man has finished preparing, but it will take some time. As long as you don't mind the slow pace, you can wait for a few more days." Chapter 1051. Li Wangyu wanted to go to the battlefield and charge with the cavalry. Not because he wanted to show off, but because he wanted to have peace of mind. Li Wangyu was not a saint, nor was he a white lotus. He could not bear to see the Tang dynasty's soldiers fall. But no matter what, he was responsible for the Tang dynasty soldiers falling on the battlefield today. If he had listened to Mi Tuo's advice and returned to the Tang dynasty after defeating Shili, how could these Tang dynasty soldiers fall on the Mabe grassland? Although they were soldiers and were mentally prepared to die on the battlefield, Li Wangyu found it hard to convince himself. Since it was his willful action that made the Tang dynasty soldiers face such a dangerous situation, how could he have the face to hide in the valley and watch others die? Li Wangyu insisted on Xue Rengui's cavalry to go to the battlefield, only to have peace of mind. As for the possible consequences, he could not care about them now. How could Xue Rengui know what Li Wangyu was thinking? He wanted to say something, but before he could speak, the horn sounded from the watchtower. It was the signal for action that they had agreed on before. The desperate attack of 5,000 Tang soldiers had attracted all the attention of Xue Yantuo's men. Now nearly 10% of the 5,000 Tang soldiers had died. If the cavalry did not attack, they might miss the opportunity and even implicate the attacking Tang army to be completely wiped out. Xue Rengui clenched his teeth and said no more. He put down his helmet and nodded to the captains of the cavalry on his left and right. Then he squeezed the horse's belly and urged it to rush out. The 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry started to move. The rumbling sound of hooves was heard. All the horses trotted slowly and then sped up. They were getting faster and faster. In a flash, they rushed out of the valley under Xue Rengui's leadership. After rushing out of the valley, the cavalry was immediately divided into two groups. They did not tangle with Xue Yantuo's men. Under the leadership of Xue Rengui and another cavalry general, they rushed out to the left and right wings of the battlefield. Li Wangyu, under the escort of Niu Wu and the other troops, followed closely behind the army. However, he was not stupid. When the cavalry was split into two, he ordered his men to follow behind Shui Rengui's cavalry. No matter what, Li Wangyu only wanted to seek peace of mind, not to throw away his life. It was much safer to follow Shui Rengui, a famous general of the Tang dynasty. In fact, there was no need for Li Wangyu to think about this. Including Shui Rengui, none of these Tang dynasty soldiers dared to do anything to Li Wangyu, the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty. Without even needing Shui Rengui to give the order, the Ma army tightly surrounded Li Wangyu in the middle of the group. In addition, Niu Wu and the other troops also protected him. It could be said that unless the entire Ma army died on the battlefield, even if Li Wangyu wanted to kill the enemy, it would not be his turn to make a move. When the Tang dynasty's cavalry rushed out of the valley toward the two flanks of the battlefield, the barbarian Khan, who was watching from Shui Yantua's army, finally understood where the uneasiness in his heart came from. The Tang army's standard battle formation should have cavalry on the left and right sides of the formation to guard against sneak attacks from the two flanks. However, the 5,000 Tang infantry in front of him actually rushed out so casually, as if they were not afraid of exposing the two flanks to the enemy. The situation was so urgent that the barbarian Khan did not have time to think too much. Now that the Tang cavalry suddenly appeared, he realized that something was wrong. What made his heart beat even faster was that the number of the Tang dynasty's cavalry was not the previous 2,000, but 6,000 to 7,000. Where did these extra troops come from? Could it be that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements had arrived? When the barbarian Khan thought that the Tang army would go all out to attack him, he almost subconsciously wanted to order the army to retreat immediately. He had already seen how terrifying the Tang army was. Just the 5,000 Tang soldiers on the battlefield had killed nearly 20,000 Shui Yantua's soldiers. The terrifying crossbow bolts and the unstoppable Mo sabers. If it were not for the wolf cavalry desperately suppressing them, Shui Yantua's army would not have been able to hold on and would have been defeated. Although the current situation of the battlefield was already leaning towards Shui Yantua's side, if nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before they killed the 5,000 Tang soldiers. Even so, the barbarian Khan estimated that Shui Yantua would have to pay a painful price of 40 to 50,000 men. Under such circumstances, if the Tang army still had reinforcements, then what was the point of fighting? Even if he played all the cards in his hand, it would not be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the Tang army. All of a sudden, the faces of the barbarian Khan and Shelley became really ugly. The appearance of the Tang cavalry also caused a commotion on the battlefield. Although Shui Yantua's men were attacking the Tang army, they were still being attacked by the fierce crossbow bolts and Mo sabers. Without the wolf cavalry suppressing them, the troops on the left and right were in chaos after nearly 1,000 of them were killed by the Tang army's crossbows. Even if their numbers were several times that of the Tang army, they were still afraid and did not dare to go all out. It was also because of this that the Tang army had a chance to breathe. Otherwise, if the two wings with a total of 60,000 charged up, even if the Tang army had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to stop them. After the Tang cavalry charged out, the Shui Yantua people who were attacking the Tang army from the sides panicked. They were worried that they would be attacked by the Tang cavalry and had no way to advance or retreat. However, the Tang cavalry did not care about the Shui Yantua people. Instead, they charged at the two wings, drawing out 2 huge arcs on the battlefield as they charged at the back of Shui Yantua's forces. Only now did the barbarian Khan and Shelley react and understand the true intention of the Tang army. Shelley could not help but cry out in fear. "Father, not good. They want to attack the back of the army. Quickly order reinforcements." The barbarian Khan was even more clear about what it meant if the back of the army was attacked. Without needing Shelley to say anything, he had already roared at the captains beside him. The Tang cavalry attacking the back of Shui Yantua's forces caused the situation on the front of the battlefield to become chaotic. The captains and Kiliarchs didn't know whether they should continue the attack or retreat to reinforce the rear. At this moment, other than the 30,000 men guarding the horses, Shui Yantua's back of the army was quite empty. However, Shui Yantua's extremely stupid dismounted cavalry formation, Even if they wanted to return to the back of the army, how could they outrun the four-legged horses? Following the barbarian Khan's roar, without waiting for Shui Yantua's main army to retreat to defend, Shui Rengui and the other cavalry broke into the back of Shui Yantua's army from left and right. Shui Rengui took the lead, holding a halberd and two bows at his waist. Like a god descending from the heavens, he charged into the enemy camp with an unstoppable force. The thousands of cavalry behind him followed closely behind, charging in with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Although there were 30,000 men guarding the horses in the back of Shui Yantua's army, these people did not form a battle formation. Instead, they were scattered around taking care of the horses. This gave Shui Rengui and the others more space to display their abilities. When the Tang army broke into the back of Shui Yantua's army, it was a complete mess. Countless horses of Shui Yantua's army were frightened and fled in all directions. Shui Rengui naturally did not chase after the fleeing horses. These horses could be slowly collected after cleaning up the battlefield after the war. However, it was impossible for Shui Yantua's army to rely on these horses to fight or escape in a short period of time. In this way, Li Wangyou's purpose of ordering the Tang army to attack Shui Yantua's army was achieved. Li Wangyou charged with the army. The frustration in his heart was long gone. This feeling of riding the horse and attacking the enemy had already made his scalp numb, and he almost roared out in excitement. He waved the halberd in his hand, wishing that he could immediately kill a few enemies with his own hands. However, it was obvious that Li Wangyou was disappointed. After charging with Shui Rengui for a while, Shui Yantua's army almost collapsed. The Tang army killed all the way, and blood flowed like a river. However, his halberd was clean, and there was not even a trace of blood. Everyone, I wish you a happy National Day 2020. Be healthy, have a family reunion, and wish you all the best. Chapter 1052. It was the end of summer in the 7th year of Chang'an. With the sound of the horn, the Xuanda gate of the Taiji Palace slowly opened. Numerous imperial guards in armor and helmets escorted Pai Lupi's carriage out of the Taiji Palace and toward the north of the city. In the carriage, there were hundreds of officials and nobles in the imperial court. On both sides of the official road, there were countless people waiting there. When the carriage passed by, everyone knelt down and kowtowed. Not long after the carriage left, a carriage with a banner with the word Qin, under the protection of dozens of brocade guards, merged into the carriage and headed 30 miles north of the city. Today's big lineup was not for anything else but to welcome Li Wangyou's victorious return to the imperial court. During this period of time in Chang'an, the news of Li Wangyou's resurrection had already spread like wildfire. Originally, many people did not believe it, but the official bulletin of the government and the palace gate transcript clearly stated that the current dynasty's king of Qin, Li Wangyou, led 10,000 Tang troops to the northern desert grassland and defeated the Shui Yantua Khanate's army of 200,000. Even the barbarian Khan and his son Sheli were captured alive by the army. Naturally, everyone had no choice but to believe this, and they were flabbergasted. When the imperial court spread the news that Li Wangyou had died in the desert, the civil and military officials in the imperial court all had their own thoughts. There were those who were sad, those who felt pity, and those who were secretly happy, however. When the news spread to the streets, the people in Chang'an cried and mourned for Li Wangyou. Countless people spontaneously tied white cloth to the doors of their houses as a sign of mourning, which was very surprising. Even Pai Lupi did not expect his nephew to have such prestige among the people. In fact, this was not strange. As the saying goes, everyone has a stick in their heart. The many things that Li Wangyou had done in the past few years seemed unremarkable, but in fact, they had benefited the people of Chang'an a lot. Whether it was building toilets or making public carriages for the people to travel, the people were grateful. As for the Wangyou Charity Hall that Li Wangyou and his playboys made every year from cleaning the toilets in the city, it had helped many lonely old people, women, and children. The Union Medical Hospital treated the poor people for free and did not take any money for medicine. How many people were grateful to it? Not to mention that Li Wangyou and his wife risked their lives in Yanling County of Shuzhou to put out the big head plague that made people pale at the mention of it. The imperial court officials might not remember these things, but the people of Chang, and engraved them in their hearts. At that time, not only were the people mourning, the scholars were also mourning. After all, Li Wangyu was a shameless plagiarism. He Taoist Academy of the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy and publicly taught Taoist ancestors unique skill. It could be said that in the literary world of the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu had long been the idol of countless scholars and scholars. The news of Li Wangyu's death also made the scholars of the Tang Dynasty write essays and poems to mourn. In the end, no one expected that more than a year later, there would be news from the desert that Li Wangyu was not dead. What was more unexpected was that this guy was not only alive, but also led the army to the Mabe grassland. In a short time, he destroyed the newly rising Xianchuo Khanate with only a little more than 10,000 soldiers. All kinds of news came one after another, but it dazzled the people and made them even more speechless. The imperial court was in a mess because of this. Li Wangyu led the army to attack the Xianchuo Khanate without the emperor's order, which naturally made the aristocratic families feel that they had something on him. For a time, the officials from the aristocratic families wrote letters to impeach Li Wangyu for indiscriminately using the army, plotting against the law, and destroying the harmonious relationship with the Xianchuo Khanate. A series of impeachment memorials gave Pai Lupi a headache. It was difficult for Pai Lupi to suppress this matter even if he wanted to. After all, Li Wangyu attacked the Xianchuo Khanate without authorization, which was an indisputable fact. Pai Lupi was worried about the safety of his nephew, but he could not ignore the overall situation. He could only appease the officials and promise that Li Wangyu would be severely punished when he returned to the imperial court. Only then did he temporarily suppress the storm in the imperial court. However, no one had expected that Li Wangyu would be able to defeat the barbarian Khan with only 10,000 men. The battle outside the valley had already ended the moment Shui Rengue led the cavalry to break into the Xianchuo Khanate's army. The barbarian Khan, who had his escape route cut off, finally realized his stupidity. But it was too late for regrets. No matter how the wolf cavalry suppressed, they could not stop the Xianchuo Khanate's army from collapsing. In the battle outside the valley, 50,000 of Xianchuo's 200,000 soldiers were beheaded, 30,000 were captured, and the rest fled. Li Wangyu also adhered to the spirit of beating a drowning dog, and immediately led his army in a counterattack, chasing them all the way. In the end, only 50,000 to 60,000 of Xianchuo's 200,000 soldiers managed to escape back to the Overseer Mountain. But Li Wangyu did not let them go and sent Shui Rengue to break into the Overseer Mountain and capture the barbarian Khan and Sheli Ku alive. As for the nobles of the Xianchuo Khanate, none of them escaped and were all captured. Tang Songling, who was imprisoned in the Overseer Mountain by the barbarian Khan, only realized that the Xianchuo Khanate was destroyed just like that when the Tang army broke into the Overseer Mountain and rescued him. Not to mention how happy Tang Songling was and how he crazily flattered Li Wangyu. When the news reached Chang'an, it scared Pai Lupi and the officials. After confirming that the news was accurate, Pai Lupi could not care less about his dignity as an emperor and laughed in front of the officials. Although the Xianchuo Khanate and the Tang dynasty had a good relationship, and the barbarian Khan had once asked Pai Lupi to marry the princess of the Tang dynasty. However, there was no such thing as true friendship between countries. Pai Lupi granted the barbarian Khan the title of Zirija Khan and acknowledged the existence of the Xianchuo Khanate only because the Tang dynasty did not have enough power and wanted to use the Xianchuo Khanate to involve the Turks. The Xianchuo Khanate stretched from the Daxing and Mountains to the east, to the Altai Mountains to the west, and to the Selenge River to the north. With such a large territory, it was impossible for Pai Lupi and the officials to not covet it. So in the 19th year of Zhengguan, after the death of the barbarian Khan, the Tang dynasty immediately sent troops to destroy the grassland Khanate and brought it into the territory of the Tang dynasty. Now Li Wangyu had conquered the grassland of Mabe with only 10,000 people. It would be strange if Pai Lupi was not ecstatic. After Pai Lupi discussed with Fang Xinling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the other big shots, they did not even wait for Li Wangyu to return to the court and directly sent a large number of officials to the grassland of Mabe. The grassland of Mabe was divided into 13 prefectures, with prefectures and prefectures. The Yanran Protectorate was set up to govern the grassland of Mabe. At this point, the grassland of Mabe was swallowed into the stomach of the Tang dynasty. Originally, even if the Xianchuo Khanate was short-lived, it would have existed for 10 to 20 years. But now it was extremely short-lived. In just a few years, it no longer existed. Li Wangyou's battle changed the situation and made the aristocratic families speechless. In the court, no one mentioned the impeachment memorials anymore. The Xianchuo Khanate was destroyed. What was the point of impeachment? Expanding the territory, no matter which dynasty it was a great achievement. As for destroying the relationship with the Xianchuo Khanate, that was even more nonsense. The barbarian Khan and the nobles of the Xianchuo Khanate were all captured alive by the Tang army. Who cared about what they thought? Today, Li Wangyu led the Tang army to victory and returned to the court. Pai Lupi personally led the civil and military officials 30 li out of the city to welcome him back. Chapter 1053. In the autumn of the 5th year of Chang'an, Li Wangyu set out from Chang'an to the western regions. Who knew that after going around in circles, when he returned to Chang'an, it was already the summer of the 7th year of Chang'an. Nearly 2 years later, when Li Wangyu led the army back to the Tang dynasty and was about to reach Chang'an, he could not help but feel a sense of homesickness and unconsciously became anxious and nervous. Especially when he thought of Su Chongqing and his son and daughter, Li Wangyou's heart could not help but beat faster. If it were not for a messenger reporting that Pai Lupi would personally lead the civil and military officials to welcome the army's triumphant return 30 li outside the city, he would even have the impulse to abandon the army and lead Niu Wu and the others back to Dingzhou village. Glory and congratulations could not compare to his desire to go home. Including Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, Shui Rengue and the Tang soldiers all became excited when they heard that His Majesty would personally go 30 li outside the city to welcome the army's triumphant return. Their armor was polished again and again. Their swords were polished until they were shiny, and their robes were so neat that not even a wrinkle could be seen. Only Li Wangyu secretly cursed in his heart, thinking that Pai Lupi's actions were superfluous, delaying his time to go home to see his wife and children. Li Wangyu secretly swore that from now on, he would not care about the affairs of the imperial court even if he was beaten to death. Pai Lupi could do whatever he wanted. Whether it was conquering Liaodong in the east or Tufan in the west, he would not accompany or participate in it. The greatest enjoyment was having a wife and children on a warm bed. All that talk about making a name for yourself and leaving your name in the annals of history was nonsense. The unambitious Li Wangyu suppressed his eagerness to go home and finally saw Pai Lupi's imperial carriage that had been waiting 30 li outside of Chang'an. Although he was secretly cursing Pai Lupi for delaying his time, Li Wangyu followed the rules and obediently rolled off the horse and bowed to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi laughed and helped Li Wangyu up. He carefully sized him up and nodded in satisfaction. "Zio, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've become darker and thinner. I'm very happy that you can return safely. You don't blame me for almost killing you, right?" Li Wangyu quickly bowed. "Your Majesty is too polite. This is my duty. How can I blame Your Majesty?" "It's good that you don't blame me. We didn't expect that when we sent you to the western regions, you would conquer the Mabe dynasty." Li Wangyu was a little embarrassed. It was an accident. I didn't expect this either. This was also an accident. Originally, Li Wangyu only wanted to help Adi and the Hurut tribe vent their anger. He didn't expect that after a while, he actually destroyed the Xianchuo Khanate. Pai Lupi had already understood what happened in the grasslands of the north through Mi Tuo's report. He didn't ask anymore. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Fang Shenling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shirlian, Yuchi Jingda, and the other big shots came forward one after another, congratulating and exchanging pleasantries. Li Wangyu didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Pai Lupi and these big shots. His mind had already flown to Dingzhou village. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to get away today. He still had a lot of things to do. While he was absent-mindedly greeting the big shots, Li Wangyou's body suddenly froze. His eyes stared straight at the back of the crowd. Seeing him like this, Pai Lupi, Fang Shenling, and the others looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything. They just stepped aside and made a path for the people behind them. At the back of the crowd, Su Changqing, who was dressed splendidly with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, slowly walked forward. Wang Yu? Before Su Changqing could finish his sentence, Li Wang, you couldn't care less about shocking the world. He directly reached out and hugged her tightly in his arms. Changqing, I'm back. I'm back. Su Changqing, who was holding back her tears, couldn't hold back anymore. She also hugged Li Wang Yu tightly and cried, Wang Yu, you bastard. You left for 2 years without any news. I thought you… Yes, it's all my fault. I won't leave you in the future. Li Wangyu's nose was also sore. If it weren't for the fact that he was in front of Pai Lupi and the others, and that he still had some scruples about his image, he was afraid that he would have cried out by now. Originally, when he watched those romantic TV dramas in his previous life, he always felt that it was too pretentious for the male and female protagonists to cry when they met. But the moment he saw Su Changqing, he realized that some things just couldn't be helped. The two of them hugged each other as if there was no one else around, which made Pai Lupi and the others feel a little embarrassed. Although the people of the Tang dynasty were open-minded, it was still a little embarrassing for a couple to hug like this in public, even if it was a couple. Pai Lupi couldn't help but cough, which woke Su Changqing up. After all, she was a woman. Being surrounded by so many people like this, she was a little shy. She quickly pushed Li Wangyu gently. Li Wangyu didn't mind. In any case, he was thick-skinned. Hearing Pai Lupi's cough, he even glared at him in dissatisfaction. I'm hugging my wife. What the hell are you coughing for? The two of them calmed down. Just as they separated, they saw 3 similarly excited beautiful girls walk out from behind Su Changqing. With tears in their eyes, they respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. This concubine greets Lord Husband. Lord Husband went on an expedition to the northern desert, plowing the courtyard and sweeping the acupoints. It must have been hard on you. Their words caused Li Wangyu to stare blankly. Bridge bean sack. What did they call him? Lord Husband? Oh my God. Li Wangyu naturally recognized these 3 beautiful girls. They were his personal maidservant Perrin, the European girl Aphrodite, and Pai Lupi's eldest daughter, Princess Chang'an Li Lizzie. It was very normal for Aphrodite to call him Lord Husband. Li Wangyu had already taken Aphrodite into his room. Although he hadn't had the time to give her a status, the relationship between the two was worthy of such a title. Perrin was no longer the 12 or 13-year-old lowly that he had first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Now that 5 years had passed, the little lowly had grown into a beautiful young lady in the prime of her life. Su Changqing had already agreed to let Li Wangyu take Perrin into his room as a concubine. Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't find it strange that Perrin called him Lord Husband. But Chang'an called him Lord Husband. What kind of situation was this? Although Li Wangyu had been forced to agree to Pai Lupi's unequal treaty in the Taiji Palace in order to marry Su Changqing, that was actually just a delaying tactic. Li Wangyu didn't believe that Chang'an would be willing to marry him. Even if Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun were willing, it was still impossible. People with the same surname would not marry. Moreover, he had taken Chang'an as his disciple, and the two were relatives. Moreover, he had already officially married her. In this way, if Pai Lupi insisted on marrying Chang'an, the aristocratic clans and Confucian scholars would probably spit the shit out of Pai Lupi. Even Wei Zhang, the goat-nosed duke who was loyal and devoted to Pai Lupi, would cause a ruckus in the Taiji Palace and teach Pai Lupi the meaning of moral principles and ethics. As a result, although Li Wangyu had promised Pai Lupi, he had never considered this matter. In any case, if Pai Lupi couldn't handle the aristocratic clans, they couldn't blame him. How could Li Wangyu have known that because he had gone missing in the desert for over a year and was misunderstood by the court as having died? Chang'an's marriage to him had actually been accomplished without any hiccups. After Mi Tuo and the other debauches found Li Wangyu, they forgot to tell him that during the time he had gone missing, his wife, Su Changqing, had actually married Princess Chang'an and brought her back to the Prince of Qin's household in one go. She had also taken in 2 children while she was at it. Seeing Li Wangyu standing there in a daze, Su Changqing reacted. She couldn't help but secretly extend 2 slender fingers and pinch Li Wangyu's waist. She was also somewhat dizzy. Other women were afraid that their husbands were unfaithful, but she, as a professional elite in the future, had actually helped her husband marry a wife and take in 2 concubines. Thinking of this, Su Chongqing felt her face burn with incomparable hidden bitterness. Chapter 1054. After Li Wangyu finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter from Su Chongqing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Pai Lupi with eyes full of hidden bitterness. He really didn't know whether marrying a 12 or 13-year-old little girl was considered marrying a wife or helping Pai Lupi raise his daughter. Especially when he heard Chang'an call him husband. Li Wangyu felt even more guilty. Even he himself felt flustered and embarrassed. But what was done could not be undone. It was too late to say anything. He couldn't drive Chang'an back to Taiji Palace. Could he? If he did that, wouldn't Pai Lupi fight him to the death? Rubbing his nose, Li Wangyu could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a smile at Chang'an. My wife? I'm sorry. With tears in her eyes, Chang'an smiled like a flower and shook her head desperately. As long as my husband can return safely, my sister and I will be satisfied. Li Wangyu really didn't know how to respond to this. In front of Pai Lupi, he could only laugh dryly. He habitually reached out to touch Chang'an's head, but felt that it was inappropriate, so he could only withdraw his hand awkwardly. As for Aphrodite and Perrin, seeing their Langjun like this, they snickered. Li Wangyu was so angry that he glared at them fiercely. Pai Lupi didn't notice Li Wangyu's expression, nor did he feel that there was anything wrong with his daughter marrying Li Wangyu at such a young age. After all, this guy had married Empress Zhongsun at such a young age. Of course, Pai Lupi actually only allowed the officials to set fires but not the common people. Because as early as the first year of Chang'an, Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict to set the marriage age of men and women in the Tang dynasty, 20 years old for men and 15 years old for women. It wasn't until the Kaiyuan era that Emperor Xuanzong of Tang changed the marriage age of the Tang dynasty to 15 years old for men and 13 years old for women in order to increase the population. Now Li Wangyu was old enough, but Chang'an was still a few years away from 15. Of course, no one would ask Pai Lupi for this reason. Li Wangyu's resurrection caused all the officials in the imperial court to have a lot of complaints. Just his title as the Duke of Qin was enough to give the other officials a headache. As for the matter of Li Wangyu marrying 2 princesses by accident, no one, including Wei Zhang, bothered to get involved. In any case, Chang'an had already married into the Duke of Qin's manor. Even if they were sick of her, they couldn't say anything. Li Wangyu also had a headache about this, but he was too lazy to think too much about it. If he married her, then so be it. He could just treat it as a nurturing game. After a few years, Chang'an would eventually grow up. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu, the outwardly passionate man, couldn't help but steal a glance at Chang'an. He was a little excited. Pai Lupi led the officials out of the city to welcome the army's triumphant return. The ceremony was very complicated. In addition to the inspection of the army, the offering of prisoners, and many other matters, it took a full 2 to 4 hours before the army and Pai Lupi's imperial carriage set off again, heading towards Chang'an city. Pai Lupi didn't make things difficult for the Barbarian Khan and Shelley Khan, as well as Shui Yantua's nobles. After a round of reprimanding, the Barbarian Khan and the others were even brought to the Imperial Ancestral Temple for Pai Lupi to boast about their achievements to their ancestors. Then, like Shelley Khan, they would be conferred an official position by Pai Lupi and be raised in Chang'an city. Li Wangyu didn't need to worry about these matters. In fact, Li Wangyu now wanted to bring his wives back to Dingzhou village. He didn't even want to enter Chang'an city. However, the army had triumphed and returned. How could Pai Lupi let him go so easily? In the Taiji Palace, the imperial banquet had already been prepared. Pai Lupi wanted to hold a big banquet for the officials to celebrate. Li Wangyu couldn't refuse. He could only helplessly let Pai Lupi do as he pleased. With all kinds of banquets, eating and drinking, as well as all kinds of complicated ceremonies, Li Wangyu stayed in Chang'an city for a full 3 days before he could finally leave. During this period, just dealing with his friends and family, as well as his disciples, made Li Wangyu so tired that he almost collapsed. He felt that it was more tiring than riding a horse and fighting in the grassland. Although Li Wangyu had made a great contribution on his return from the western region's desert north, Pai Lupi didn't give him any more rewards. He only rewarded him with some gold, silver, and jewels. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was stingy. It was that when he conferred Li Wangyu the title of King of Qin and married Chang'an to him, he had already rewarded him to the extreme. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to reward him, he couldn't. Above the title of prince, there was only the throne in the Taiji Palace. Could Pai Lupi give his throne to Li Wangyu? On the other hand, Chang Chumo and his group of foppish sons got a lot of benefits. Pai Lupi was not stingy with titles. Almost all the foppish sons were conferred titles, which made them very happy. They held a big banquet to show off. Li Wangyu didn't pay attention to the foppish sons' invitations. After he finished delegating the affairs in the imperial court and returned the military power to Pai Lupi, he couldn't wait to lead Niu Wu and others out of Chang'an City and rushed back to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be anxious. After returning to Chang'an, he only saw his wife once. He didn't even have time to be intimate with her. What's more, he hadn't even met his twins yet. When Su Chongqing and Chang'an went to meet Li Wangyu, they didn't take the children with them because they were too young. They were afraid that they would get sick. This made Li Wangyu even more restless in Chang'an City and couldn't wait to fly to Dingzhou village immediately. He made up his mind that if there wasn't a comet hitting the earth, he wouldn't go to Chang'an City. He would hide in Prince Qin's mansion in Dingzhou village and live his life behind closed doors. He would hide in the small building and live his life there. He didn't care about winter, summer, or spring. His wife, children, and warm bed were the life he wanted to live. Li Wangyu galloped all the way to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu could already see from afar that there were many people waiting at the village entrance to welcome him. The old village chief had not seen him for 2 years, but he looked older. The old housekeeper Li Heng was supported by his wife. Looking at his Lang Jun, he was so excited that tears flowed down his face. He couldn't speak clearly. The men and women of Dingzhou village, old and young, all came out to welcome him. The servants and maids in his residence were all present as well. They all came to welcome the return of their Lang Jun. However, Li Wangyu didn't have time to greet them. His eyes were fixed on the 2 children in Su Chongqing's arms. He didn't wait for the steed to come to a stop before he impatiently jumped off the horse's back and rushed to the front of Su Chongqing. He reached out to hold the 2 little fellows but was afraid that he would hurt the children. For a moment, he was at a loss and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Chongqing, are they my son and daughter? Su Chongqing stared at him angrily. What do you think? Who will they be? I didn't mean that. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands awkwardly. Which one is the elder sister? Which one is the younger brother? When Li Wangyu left Chang'an, Su Chongqing was only 2 months pregnant. 8 months later, she gave birth to a pair of children in the summer of the 6th year of Chang'an. They were just 1 year old. Li Wangyu couldn't tell the gender of the 1-year-old children. Su Chongqing rolled her beautiful eyes at him. The one on the left is the elder sister, and the one on the right is the younger brother. The smile on Li Wangyu's face widened. He reached out to hold the children. Good daughter, brat. Call me daddy. He didn't care whether there was a father in the Tang dynasty or not. In Li Wangyu's mind, nothing was better than calling him daddy. The 2 little brats were originally staring curiously at the stranger in front of them with their big black eyes. Suddenly, they saw Li Wangyu reach out to hug them. As if they had made an agreement, the siblings turned their heads at the same time and plunged into Su Chongqing's arms. Then they burst into tears. Obviously, Li Wangyu's action scared the 2 children. Li Wangyu withdrew his hands awkwardly, and his face was full of pain. Damn it! These 2 brats didn't give him any face at all. Su Chongqing hurriedly coaxed the children and didn't forget to roll her eyes at Li Wangyu again. Humph! Now you know? Let's see if you still run around in the future. Look, even the children don't recognize you. Chang'an, Aphrodite, and Perrin also covered their mouths and snickered. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to beat them up. It was so infuriating. They didn't take him, the head of the family, seriously at all. Tonight, the family law must be enforced. Chapter 1055. Li Wangyu liked to stay in the Duke of Qin's residence in Dingzhou village instead of Chang'an City. One of the most important reasons was that this place didn't have the endless sound of the morning drum. As people of the later generation, it was common for them to like to sleep in. Whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Changqing, it was the same for both of them. The servants and maids of the Duke of Qin's residence had long gotten used to this bad habit of their master's wife. Therefore, every morning, only Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were still asleep. Everyone in the residence was very quiet when they did their work, afraid that they would wake their masters up. Li Wangyu only slowly woke up when the sun had already risen high in the sky. Soon after, he reached out to hug Su Changqing beside him and very skillfully reached his hand into his beautiful superior's bosom to play with her. After giving birth, Su Changqing insisted on breastfeeding herself, and her breasts had become even more impressive. Li Wangyu felt that her breasts were comparable to that European girl, Aphrodite, and he couldn't bear to part with them. After returning from home for 2 years, Li Wangyu was already on the verge of going crazy from boredom. Last night, he had even tossed around with Su Changqing for most of the night before falling asleep. With his interruption, his beautiful superior in his arms naturally woke up and slapped his hand in annoyance. "You're so annoying. You're already being naughty early in the morning. Hee. I'll be punished by the heavens if I'm naughty with my wife." Li Wangyu had a glib tongue as he teased, "Wife, time to get up and do your morning exercise." Su Changqing's pretty face immediately turned red. "Stop fooling around. The maids will come in soon." Hee, they wouldn't dare. I've already instructed them not to enter the bedroom without a summons. Li Wangyu didn't allow for any explanation as he flipped over and pressed his beautiful superior on top of him. Su Changqing subconsciously let out a soft cry before her red lips were covered by Li Wangyu's. Spring filled the entire room. It wasn't until late in the morning that the husband and wife finally got out of bed. Under the service of the maidservants, they freshened up and changed their clothes. Su Changqing had the maidservants bring the 2 children over and glared at Li Wangyu. "Don't come into my room tonight. Go sleep in Avro's room. All right, Aji and Badger are almost 1 year old. Since you're back, I'll leave the matter of naming the children to you." "Humph. If it doesn't sound good, just you wait. Don't learn from Li Shimin. I'm so angry. Look at what kind of lousy pet name Li Shimin gave our child." According to the Tang custom, after a child was born, they would first be given a pet name. Only when the child was 1 year old would they be officially given a name. When Li Wangyu's twins were born, Li Wangyu was still playing with mud in the desert robbers' camp. Therefore, Pai Lupi unceremoniously gave the 2 children pet names in the name of his uncle. However, Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to beat someone up when he heard this nickname. His eldest daughter's pet name was Aji. Ji meant pig. Aji was a little pig. His son's pet name was Badger, a type of mustelid F*ck. What kind of lousy pet names were these? Not to mention Su Changqing. Even Li Wangyu wanted to curse when he heard it. However, when he thought about the pet names Pai Lupi had given his children, Li Wangyu felt relieved. Li Tai's pet name was Qing Ke, which was a type of bird. Li Ji's pet name was Ji Nu, which meant a little pheasant. Princess Jinyang, who would be born in the future, was Aji, which meant a little rhinoceros. Li Wangyu deeply suspected that Pai Lupi was running a zoo. The pet names he gave his children were all animals. However, since the names were given by Pai Lupi, although Su Changqing and Li Wangyu despised them, the officials and nobles were envious. In the residence, whether it was the old butler, Li Hong, or the servant girls, they all felt that it was a great honor. In this regard, Su Changqing could only pinch his nose and accept it. During this year, he had gotten used to calling them Aji and Badger every day. However, the 2 in-laws did not dare to let Pai Lupi name the children's names. After Li Wangyu returned as a father, the responsibility of naming the children naturally fell on his head. Li Wangyu also had a headache when it came to naming. It was not a day or 2 that he was incompetent at naming. Otherwise, he would not have named the grandson of Carpenter Lu in the village Lu Dehua. After Su Changqing gave him this arduous yet glorious task, this guy's brain was about to explode. His mind was filled with all kinds of famous people with the surname Li in history. Li Bai, Li Qingzhao, Li Chang'an, Li Bingbing, Li Kuei, bah! What the hell was Li Kuei? If he dared to say that he named his son Li Kuei, Su Chongqing would probably immediately pick up a knife and fight him to death. Li Wangyu pulled his hair worriedly. Why was it so difficult to give a name? It was easier to give a name with a family tree. The surname and the seniority were all decided by the ancestors. In the end, he just had to think of a word. However, in the Tang dynasty, such a name was rare. Most of the names were single words. Naturally, it had nothing to do with the family tree. Li Wangyu really could not think of a name for the child, so he simply ordered people to bring him the Book of Songs, Chu Ci, the Analects of Confucius, and the Book of Changes. In the future, there was a saying on the internet, the Book of Songs for women, Chu Ci for men, Wen Luanyu for men, Wu Zhouyi for men, which was the way to name a child. Since Li Wangyu could not think of a name by himself, he was ready to follow the picture and search for the answer by flipping through the books. He almost flipped through the 4 books and finally picked out 2 names that Su Chongqing reluctantly nodded his head. The eldest daughter was named Li Zipei, which was taken from the Book of Songs. Qingqing Zipei, lingering in my thoughts. The second son was named Li Ji, which meant handsome horse. After sending the names of the 2 children to the Zongjing Temple for registration, Li Wangyu considered that he had completed the task and concentrated on playing with the 2 children. Since the 2 children were born, they had never seen him as a father. Naturally, they were not close to him. Every time Li Wangyu wanted to carry his children, all he got in return was his daughter and son crying loudly, making him look very miserable. Li Wangyu could only shamelessly walk around in front of his children, trying to get familiar with them as soon as possible. It had to be said that Li Wangyu was actually somewhat biased towards girls. Of the 2 children, his daughter was always his precious daughter, his biological daughter, and his son was a stinky brat. After all, the daughter was a little cotton-padded jacket, a lover from a previous life. As for the son, well, he was probably an enemy from a previous life and wanted to take revenge in this life. Under Li Wangyu's efforts, it took him 2 to 3 days to finally make the 2 children, who were just learning to speak, accept his existence. Li Wangyu was so happy that he carried his daughter around the residence every day. Su Chongqing was also so angry that his teeth itched. This was because this fellow actually only carried his daughter and was never willing to carry his son. A daughter slave like Li Wangyu could not be more normal in later generations, but in the eyes of the Tang people it was somewhat shocking. Even though Pai Lupi doted on his daughter in terms of the status of the few legitimate children in his heart, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ji were naturally more important. In the eyes of the old butler Li Heng and the others, the future master of the king of Qin's mansion was Xiao Lang, Li Ji, and the young lady, Li Zipei, would get married sooner or later. Naturally, it was impossible for her to become the master of the king of Qin's mansion. Li Wangyu did not care what others thought. In short, he doted on Aji to the point that even Chang'an, Perrin, and Aphrodite were slightly jealous. For several months, Li Wangyu did not care about what was going on in the outside world. He hid in his king of Qin's mansion leisurely and was not even willing to set foot in Chang'an city. During this period, he officially took Perrin as his concubine. Back then, the little girl had just become someone's wife. Li Wangyu enjoyed the blessing of having 2 wives. As for Chang'an, Li Wangyu was not so perverted. Naturally, he did not dare to provoke this little girl. Although Chang'an was nominally his princess consort, no matter what, he had to wait for at least a few years before Li Wangyu dared to do such a beastly thing. Otherwise, Su Chongqing would definitely fight him to the death. If the days continued like this, Li Wangyu would not be tired of it. But the trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Li Wangyu hid in Dingzhou village and did not see outsiders. But trouble came knocking on his door. And this time, the one who caused trouble was his eldest disciple, Ma Zhou. Chapter 1056. Ever since the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, when Pai Lupi killed Li Jiansheng and forced his father, Li Yuan, to abdicate, the relationship between the father and son had become very strange. There was only one chair who didn't want to sit on it. After Li Yuan, the retired emperor, was forced to abdicate, although he lived in the Taiji Palace and was served with good food and drink, he was the only one who knew the grievances in his heart. Although Pai Lupi often went to Li Yuan's palace to greet him, in reality, the conflict between Li Yuan and Pai Lupi had long been difficult to reconcile. There was no such thing as a father-son relationship. Pai Lupi was ruthless enough to kill his brother, but he was also not a kind person. In front of imperial power, there was no such thing as a personal invitation. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, in order to win the hearts of the people and to show his filial piety to the world, he was respectful to Li Yuan on the surface. At the very least, in Li Yuan's sleeping palace, there was no lack of all kinds of stunning beauties. In history, between Li Yuan's abdication and his death in the 9th year of Chang'an, Li Yuan had given Pai Lupi more than 30 younger brothers and sisters in just 9 years. He was like a human seeding machine. Pai Lupi would also invite Li Yuan to attend some important occasions, acting like a filial son in front of all the officials and officials. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. He knew all kinds of dirty things in the imperial family and had no intention of getting involved. After he returned from the grasslands of the North Desert, he even asked Pai Lupi to resign from the title of King of Qin, but he was rejected by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu knew his own weight. He only wanted to be a rich and idle person and live out his life well. He had no intention of getting involved in court politics. He was inexplicably conferred the title of King of Qin by Pai Lupi. It was not a good thing for his status to suddenly rise so high. After he returned to Chang'an City, he had been hiding in Dingzhou village. Apart from his laziness, it was also to avoid taboos. Originally, he was just a lowly prefectural duke, so he could speak and do things without any restrictions. However, after being conferred the title of Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu felt uneasy. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and cause Pai Lupi to be wary. Accompanying a monarch was like accompanying a tiger. This was not a joke. Although Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, had always had a harmonious relationship, and Pai Lupi even cared for him a lot, who could guarantee this kind of thing? Li Chengqian was Pai Lupi's son, and had been made the crown prince since he was young. But when the Pai Lupi's throne was threatened, what could Li Chengqian do? Li Wangyu did not think that his position in Pai Lupi's heart was higher than Li Chengqian's. Now that the emperor and his minister were so harmonious, it was only because Li Wangyu had shown outstanding talent, was young, and did not have a high status. He was not a threat to Pai Lupi at all. In addition, Pai Lupi was now in the prime of his life, so he would not be suspicious of him. However, Li Wangyu also knew that as Pai Lupi grew older, he would do a lot of foolish things. He now had a big family with sons and daughters, so Li Wangyu did not dare to gamble, nor could he afford to gamble. Therefore, after returning from the grasslands of the North Desert, Li Wangyu made up his mind to speak less and do less in the future. He would try his best to eliminate his presence in the imperial court and just be a rich and idle king. However, it was still the same saying. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Li Wangyu wanted to calm down, but his eldest disciple, Ma Zhou, had caused him trouble that was neither too big nor too small. In history, in the 8th year of Chang'an, Ma Zhou, who was then the imperial censor, wrote a memorial to Pai Lupi, asking Pai Lupi to build a palace north of Taiji Palace for the retired emperor, Li Yuan, to serve the retired emperor and enjoy his old age. This was the famous Daming Palace in the history of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi, in order to show to the world that he and Li Yuan were filial, nodded and agreed to this matter. At first, this palace was named Yong'an Palace, and in the 9th year of Chang'an it was renamed Daming Palace. However, at that time, the Tang dynasty was not very strong. In addition, 1 year after the construction of Daming Palace, Li Yuan suddenly died of illness. Pai Lupi ordered the construction of Daming Palace to be suspended. It was not until Li Ji ascended the throne that the construction of Daming Palace was restarted after 28 years. In the 3rd year of Longshuo, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, moved from Taiji Palace to Daming Palace. From then on, the political center of the Tang dynasty changed from Taiji Palace to Daming Palace. Logically speaking, although the current financial situation of the Tang dynasty was not very good, Pai Lupi wanted to build Daming Palace to show filial respect to Li Yuan, so no one could say no. However, the problem was that this matter was not proposed by Pai Lupi, but by Ma Zhou. As a result, they had poked a hornet's nest. Unlike in history, when Ma Zhou, as the imperial censor, wrote a memorial to build Daming Palace, those aristocratic families and the officials of the imperial court were too lazy to participate in this matter. Hence, the matter of building Daming Palace did not cause any waves. However, now that Ma Zhou was Li Wangyou's eldest disciple, whether it was Pai Lupi, the aristocratic families, or the officials of the imperial court, they all treated Ma Zhou as Li Wangyou's direct disciple. They treated his idea as Li Wangyou's idea. After Ma Zhou handed a memorial to Pai Lupi in Taiji Palace, asking to build Daming Palace, it instantly caused a huge wave. The aristocratic families could not find an excuse to attack Li Wangyou, but Ma Zhou's memorial gave them a reason. Under the instructions of Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanxiu, and the others, the aristocratic family officials crazily wrote memorials to attack Ma Zhou for having evil intentions and deceiving the emperor. In the memorials that the aristocratic family officials handed in, they listed Ma Zhou's various crimes. To a certain extent, the memorials from the aristocratic families were not wrong. Now that the Tang dynasty had just recuperated for a few years, the treasury was slightly full, and it was the time for many things to be done. Now that they had conquered the western regions and the northern desert grassland, they needed a lot of funds from the imperial court. At this time, Ma Zhou actually dared to persuade His Majesty to build a palace. He deserved to die. In the end, it was all about money. According to the contents of Ma Zhou's memorial, the cost of building Daming Palace was naturally a huge astronomical figure. In history, Li Ji and Wu Zetian built Daming Palace. They recruited 100,000 craftsmen and spent the taxes of 15 states. When Penglai Palace was built, they even stopped giving the officials a month's salary to fund the construction of Penglai Palace. Later, several generations of Tang emperors also spent a lot of money to repair and expand Daming Palace, which lasted for 100 years. Therefore, it was really difficult to calculate how much money was spent to build Daming Palace. In short, it was an astronomical figure that was difficult to calculate. Not to mention the aristocratic families used this to attack Ma Zhou and Li Wangyou. In fact, even Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and others did not agree with spending a lot of money to build this palace. It's just that everyone was worried about Pai Lupi and Li Wangyou's face, so they didn't follow and hit them when they were down, but they also kept their mouths shut and didn't help either side. Pai Lupi was also a little hesitant. On the one hand, he felt that it was indeed right to build a new palace for his father, Li Yuan. On the other hand, he was also a little distressed about the money. Over the years, the imperial family had done business with Li Wangyou and earned a lot of gold and copper coins. He also felt a little distressed about using all this money to build a palace. But if he supported the aristocratic families, then Pai Lupi would definitely not be willing. So he simply did not express his opinion and let Ma Zhou and the other aristocratic family officials argue. Li Wangyou's disciples would definitely help Ma Zhou. Whether it was Yan Liben, Lu Rengue, or Shang Guanyi, they stood firmly behind Ma Zhou and supported him. As a result, the court became more and more lively, and it was noisy every day. Pai Lupi also had a headache about this, so he simply issued a decree and ordered people to run to Dingzhou village in Hu County and drag out Li Wangyou, who was living peacefully in Qin Wang's mansion, and order him to come to the court to solve this matter. Tomorrow I will go out with my friends for 2 days. Although I brought my mobile phone and Bluetooth keyboard, I may not have time to write. If I don't update, then this old man is asking for leave. Chapter 1057. After Li Wangyou finally figured out what happened in the imperial court, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With regards to Ma Zhou's memorial, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. If he had nothing better to do, why did he get involved in the imperial court's affairs? Who cares if Pai Lupi is filial to me? What does it have to do with you? If Ma Zhou wasn't in front of him, Li Wangyou would have the urge to beat him up. In Li Wangyou's opinion, he did not support the construction of the Daming Palace. Li Yuan wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Even if he could, how could the huge Taiji Palace not be enough for Pai Lupi and his family? Wasn't building the Daming Palace with the blood and sweat of the people of the Tang dynasty? Weren't the people of the Tang dynasty the ones working hard? That bastard Ma Zhou actually wrote a memorial to urge Pai Lupi to build the palace. He really didn't know his own name. Actually, Li Wangyou also remembered this matter in his heart. He also had plans to find time to find Ma Zhou and give him a warning. He wanted to warn him not to rashly submit a letter to Li Er next year. After all, in history, Ma Zhou only wrote a memorial to Pai Lupi in the 8th year of Chang'an era to ask for the construction of the Daming Palace. In the end, for some reason, Ma Zhou wrote a memorial to Pai Lupi a year earlier, which caught Li Wangyu unprepared. He fiercely scolded Ma Zhou a few times, then sat back at his desk with a bitter face, thinking about how to clean up Ma Zhou's mess. After all, he was Ma Zhou's teacher, so he had to take care of this matter. But how to take care of it gave him a headache. Supporting Ma Zhou's memorial and Pai Lupi's construction of the Daming Palace was something that Li Wangyu couldn't get over in his heart. Even if Pai Lupi stopped working in the future, wouldn't that little brat Li Ji and Mei Nyang continue to build the palace? Recruit 100,000 craftsmen. What couldn't those craftsmen do? Why did they have to build a palace for the emperor? The evil feudal ruling class. He complained in his heart, forgetting that he, Li Wangyu, was now part of the feudal ruling class, and in terms of nobility, he was the one with the highest rank. But if he didn't support Ma Zhou, not only would it be unreasonable, but he also wouldn't be able to explain it to Pai Lupi. What's more, he didn't want the aristocratic families to be complacent. For a moment, Li Wangyu was really worried. He didn't know what to do in the imperial court tomorrow. While he was worrying, Su Chongqing and Chang'an each carried a child into the study, chatting and laughing. Seeing his sad face, they couldn't help but be curious. "Husband, what's going on? Why are you so worried?" Under Li Wangyu's signal, Chang'an handed little Aji to him and asked. Li Wangyu let out a long sigh. He recounted the events of the day when Pai Lupi sent someone to deliver the edict, when Ma Zhou entered the memorial to build the new palace, as well as the various events that transpired in the court. "Chang'an, do you think that bastard Ma Zhou has nothing better to do? Why did he urge your father to build a stupid palace?" Chang'an didn't understand these imperial court matters, and she didn't know how to answer. After all, she was just a little girl. Su Chongqing, on the other hand, glared at Li Wang angrily. "Why are you swearing in front of the child?" Li Wangyu finally reacted. He quickly lowered his head and teased his daughter in his arms. "Aji didn't hear it, right? Come, call me father, father." Between a pair of children, Li Wangyu obviously preferred his daughter. Su Chongqing was too lazy to complain about this daughter slave. He directly stuffed his son, Badger, into Li Wangyu's arms. "If you continue to be so biased, be careful that Badger won't take care of you when he grows up. How dare he? I'll beat him to death." Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare. Su Chongqing rolled his eyes at him and was too lazy to say anything more. He reached out and picked up the copy of Ma Zhou's memorial from the desk and read it. After a long while, Su Chongqing suddenly said without rhyme or reason, "Wangyu, it seems that real estate development is very profitable, right?" "Profitable?" Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. He didn't understand Su Chongqing's meaning. This was the Tang dynasty, not the later generations. How could real estate make money? Su Chongqing said without rhyme or reason, "I heard that there are more and more merchants and officials in Chang'an City now. The houses near Taiji Palace in the north of the city are also getting more and more expensive. Wangyu, if we want to sell the house in Kaihua Square now, it will be much more expensive than when you bought it, right?" Su Chongqing's words were like a bolt of lightning that suddenly illuminated Li Wangyu's eyes. He suddenly stood up. "Chongqing, what do you mean?" "Humph. Think about it yourself. Sister Chang'an, let's go." After saying this, Su Chongqing pulled Chang'an out of the door, leaving Li Wangyu holding his son and daughter and excitedly pacing in the study. In this case, it seems to be very promising. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea. After kissing his daughter and son fiercely, he called the maidservants and handed the children to them. He returned to the study, found a pen and paper, and began to write and draw. The next day, before dawn, Aphrodite and Perrin, who had served their master in bed last night, carefully woke him up. After washing him up and changing him into his court robes, he got on the four-wheeled carriage under the protection of Niu Wu and the other officers of the mansion and sped towards Chang'an City. Li Wangyu had to attend the morning court today. After entering the imperial city, Li Wangyu smiled and greeted a group of familiar big shots. He still bowed and greeted them with the etiquette of a junior. When he saw Chang'an arrive, he hurriedly trotted forward and carefully supported the old man. Regardless of whether it was Chang'an or the other officials, they were all gratified that Li Wangyu, the Duke of Qin, was still as close to people as before despite his noble title. Zio, I'm afraid there will be many waves in court today. You must remember to be careful. Chang'an kindly reminded. Li Wangyu smiled. Rest assured, Duke Yu, I know what to do. Oh, what do you plan to do? Do you have any use for old me? Buddha says, I can't say. Haha. Li Wangyu smiled and kept him in suspense. These were the same words he had said to Chang'an when he first met him. Chang'an examined Li Wangyu from head to toe with his slightly dim old eyes. Then a grin appeared on his face. This young prince whom he had met at the crossroads of Hu County was indeed the same young man from back then. He hadn't changed at all. Li Wangyu supported Chang'an and walked towards the rows of officials. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Lu Rengui, Shangguan Yi and the others silently walked to Li Wangyu's side and bowed. Teacher, I've caused trouble for you. Ma Zhou was ashamed. He also didn't expect that a memorial would cause such a stir in the capital. Pai Lupi had summoned Li Wangyu to court for this matter. In fact, Ma Zhou and the others had rushed to Dingzhou village yesterday to pay respects to their teacher, but they were refused entry. Li Wangyu had ordered people to chase them away. Li Wangyu was naturally angry. He felt that his disciple, no matter what, should have the country and the people in his heart. What was the point of meddling in the affairs of the imperial family? Moreover, Ma Zhou's memorial to build the Daming Palace was too much of a flattery to Pai Lupi. Therefore, how could Li Wangyu not be angry? After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes to the sky. Oh, isn't this Imperial Censor Ma? What are you saying? Imperial Censor Ma is wholeheartedly serving the public. How did you cause trouble for me? His words scared Ma Zhou so much that his face turned white. His knees went soft and he directly knelt in front of Li Wangyu. Teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please punish me. Ma Zhou was really scared at this time. Chapter 1058. In history, Ma Zhou had only become the head of the secretariat in the 18th year of Xingguan's reign. In other words, he was one of the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. The current Ma Zhou was merely an insignificant imperial censor. He did not have any authority to speak of. In fact, Yan Liben, Lu Rengui, Shangguan Yi, and the other disciples were all like this. However, compared to the many officials of the capital in Chang'an, they were unremarkable. Even though Yan Liben's rank was relatively high, he was only an official of an unpopular yamen. He did not have any authority. However, Li Wangyu's disciples had a very special status within Chang'an. In particular, after Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin and received news that he had not perished in the desert, Ma Zhou and the others were revered within Chang'an. Even those officials whose ranks were far higher than Ma Zhou, Lu Rengui, and Shangguan Yi were courteous upon seeing them, not daring to offend them in the slightest. There was no need to explain the reason. It was because behind them was the great backing of Li Wangyu. Everyone knew how much Li Er valued and doted on his nephew, Li Wangyu. Not only had he bestowed his own title, the Prince of Qin, upon Li Wangyu's marriage, even Princess Chang'an had married into the Prince of Qin's household, becoming one of Li Wangyu's consorts. Even though Li Wangyu kept a low profile, he could not resist the reverence that the officials of the capital had for him. With Li Wangyu not appearing, Ma Zhou and the other disciples instead received all sorts of flattery. Even the officials from aristocratic families did not dare to lightly provoke them. After all, the aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, had suffered too many losses at the hands of Li Wangyu. Even the clan heads of the aristocratic families did not want to lightly offend Li Wangyu. Naturally, these officials from aristocratic families had no choice but to retreat. After hearing too much flattery, it was inevitable that Ma Zhou and the others would become somewhat arrogant. They dared to argue with the aristocratic officials in Taiji Palace because they had the confidence to face off against their teacher, the Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu. Otherwise, How could they have the right to speak in such a large Taiji palace? Yesterday, Ma Zhou and the others rushed to Dingzhou village and requested to see their teacher, but they were directly rejected. This was something that had never happened before, and they immediately felt that something was wrong. Recalling their actions during this period of time, everyone, including Ma Zhou, broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that they were a little too flamboyant. Therefore, when they wanted to apologize to Li Wangyu in the morning court assembly, they were frightened by Li Wangyu's words and knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything. If they really angered their master and were expelled from the sect, they would really be finished. The saliva of the people of the world could drown them. If they didn't have the protection of their teacher, Li Wangyu, those aristocratic family officials would probably immediately surround them and devour them until not even their bones were left. Teacher, we were wrong. Please punish us. Ma Zhou and the others didn't dare to argue and could only lower their heads and beg for mercy. Yu Shinan was actually dissatisfied with the actions of Ma Zhou and the others during this period of time, but because of Li Wangyu's face, he didn't say anything and didn't help either side in the court. At this moment, seeing Ma Zhou and the others in this state, the old man couldn't bear to see them like this. He advised, Zio, it's better not to blame them anymore. Speaking of which, as a teacher, you also have a responsibility. Who told you to go to the Western Desert North for 2 years? It's normal for them to make some mistakes because of your lack of discipline. Young and frivolous, haha, young and frivolous. Yu Shinan had forgotten that in terms of age, Li Wangyu was the youngest teacher. Among his disciples, even the youngest, Chang'an Yi, was a few years older than Li Wangyu. It was just that Li Wangyu had always been a monster, so Yu Shinan had long forgotten that he had just reached the age of 20. Li Wangyu glared at Ma Zhou and the others. Humph. Since Master Yu has pleaded for you today, I will give you another chance. If there is a next time, don't blame me for expelling you from the sect. Yes. We dare not disobey. Ma Zhou and the others heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Li Wangyu and Yu Shinan. However, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. You bastards, within 10 days, each of you will copy the Analects of Confucius 100 times. This will be your punishment. When Ma Zhou and the others heard this, their faces instantly darkened. The Analects of Confucius was about 10,000 words, so copying it 100 times would be more than 1,000,000 words. If they wanted to copy it in 10 days, their hands would be crippled. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Lu Rengue, Chang'an Yi and the others looked at each other, but could only obediently nod and agree. Without a doubt, if they wanted to copy 1,000,000 words in 10 days, they would not need to think about sleeping during this period of time. After Li Wangyu had finished teaching his disciples a lesson, it was time to go to the imperial court. With his current status, going to the imperial court would definitely be his first priority. This was the etiquette of the imperial court, so Li Wangyu could not decline. He could only walk to the front of the hundreds of officials and lead the civil and military officials to the imperial court. After Li Wangyu appeared, the aristocratic officials also secretly shouted and made up their minds that no matter what, they would make the king of Qin suffer today. In short, they had the right to do so. These few days, through the mouths of the aristocratic families, intentionally or unintentionally adding fuel to the fire, had already caused an uproar in the city. Ma Zhou, the instigator, had attracted a lot of criticism in the streets. Even the citizens of Chang'an knew what it meant when the emperor wanted to build a new palace. The wool came from the sheep's back, so how could they not be afraid? Fortunately, the officials did not know that in the future, Wu Meinyang had even stopped paying the salaries of the officials in the capital in order to build the Ming Palace. Otherwise, these officials would probably want to strangle Ma Zhou to death. If not for Li Wangyu's high prestige in the streets, there would probably be people throwing rotten eggs and vegetables at Ma Zhou's residence. Actually, Ma Zhou now regretted it. He regretted that he had written a memorial to ask Pai Lupi to build a new palace. But he was also riding a tiger and could not back down. Now, he could only pray that his teacher, Li Wangyu, had the ability to help him resolve this matter. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi ascended the throne amidst the greetings of the officials. After the ceremony, the palace suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Li Wangyu, who was in the front row of the hundreds of officials. Even Pai Lupi was the same. He looked at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. Li Wangyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone. He could only rub his nose helplessly and cough lightly. He walked forward and said in a clear voice, "Reporting to your Majesty, I, Li Wangyu, have something to report." "Report it." "I heard that Censor Ma Zhou had once reported to your Majesty to build a new palace for the retired emperor. I think this is inappropriate." After Li Wangyu said that it was inappropriate, the originally quiet palace immediately burst into a clamor. It was as lively as the busiest market in Chang'an. The faces of Ma Zhou and the others instantly turned pale, their faces drained of all color. The aristocratic officials, on the other hand, looked pleased. If Li Wangyu abandoned his disciples in order to protect himself, then Li Wangyu's reputation as the king of Qin would also be ruined. Who would dare to get close to such a person if he could abandon his own disciples at will? Even Feng Xianling and Gao Shilian frowned. They looked at Li Wangyu with puzzlement. Pai Lupi frowned even more. "Zio, what do you mean by this? I played for 2 days during National Day. Today I will make up for it." Chapter 1059. In everyone's opinion, even if Li Wangyu did not approve of his disciples' memorial, he should not have made such a statement in public. His words were equivalent to sentencing Ma Zhou and the others to death. Even he, the teacher, said that it was inappropriate. What else could Ma Zhou and the others argue? The crimes that the aristocratic families had previously accused Ma Zhou and the others would fall on them. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to protect Ma Zhou and the others, he had to consider the attitude of the civil and military officials in the court. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only shed tears and punish Ma Su and the others. When the noise in the main hall subsided, Li Wangyu smiled and said again, "Your Majesty, Censor Ma's memorial is indeed inappropriate. Although the Tang dynasty is growing stronger and stronger, and we have the kingdoms of the western region and the northern desert grassland under our rule, it would be difficult for us to take out a large amount of gold and copper coins to build a new palace for the retired emperor. Moreover, your Majesty is a wise ruler. You are expanding the territory and serving the people. You should consider letting the Great China and all the kingdoms come to court. If your Majesty were to build this new palace, no matter how magnificent it is, how would it compare to the Apang Palace of the first emperor? Why should your Majesty repeat the mistakes of the great Qin dynasty?" Li Wangyu's words were not polite at all. Pai Lupi was so angry that his face darkened. In fact, although Ma Zhou was the one who submitted the memorial regarding the construction of the Daming Palace, Ma Zhou was also hinted by Pai Lupi to submit the memorial. Pai Lupi's purpose was very simple. He wanted to show his filial piety to Li Yuan in front of the world. To put it bluntly, it was just a political show. Therefore, when Li Yuan died, Pai Lupi immediately ordered to stop the construction of the Daming Palace. As for Li Ji, that brat, who later started to rebuild the Daming Palace, it was because he disliked the old Tai Chi Palace and wanted to enjoy himself. His purpose was completely different from Pai Lupi's. Pai Lupi actually did not care much about the luxuries of an emperor. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the Taiji Palace all this time. This was Li Wangyu. He was actually in the main hall in front of all the officials, criticizing him for forgetting the first emperor's Apang Palace. How could he not be angry? In the Apang Palace, Xiang Yu had burned it down, and it was nowhere to be found. Li Wangyu's words were clearly saying that Pai Lupi couldn't love the people, couldn't seek long-term peace, ignored the lessons of history, and indulged in sensual pleasures. That was why he rose to power. This was simply pointing at a monk and scolding a bald donkey. No matter how much Pai Lupi thought highly of Li Wangyu, no matter how much he doted on him, he was so agitated that it was difficult for him to control himself. His anger was about to explode. Before he could say anything, Li Wangyu added fuel to the fire for Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have recently written a poem about the Apang Palace. I wonder if your Majesty is interested in hearing it?" Pai Lupi's face turned even darker. He said coldly, "Everyone knows that King Qin's literary talent is the best in the world. Since King Qin has a new work, why don't you recite it so that I can appreciate it too?" He did not even call Li Wangyu by his courtesy name. He directly called him King Qin. One could see how angry he was. Li Wangyu ignored him completely. He smiled and nodded at Pai Lupi. Then he raised his voice and recited it loudly. The 6 kings are complete, the 4 seas are one, Mount Shu is born, Epang is born. Covers more than 300 miles, isolates the sun and the sky. Every 5 steps there is a building, every 10 steps there is a pavilion. Following Li Wangyu's recitation, the Taiji Palace became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and listened attentively to Li Wangyu reciting this poem. Du Mu's Epang Palace Ode had been passed down through the ages. There was no need to talk about its literary talent. Li Wangyu shamelessly plagiarized it again. This truly shocked all the civil and military officials of the court, as well as Pai Lupi in the hall. The magnificent description vividly portrayed the grandeur of Epang Palace, fully demonstrating the grandeur of the time. Everyone was fascinated by it. Even Pai Lupi's expression softened. He was almost about to clap his hands and cheer. But just as everyone was fascinated by it, Li Wangyu changed the topic. He began to recite the 3rd section of the Epang Palace Ode. Sigh. The heart of one person is the heart of 10,000 people. Qin loves extravagance, but people also miss their home. Alas, the one who destroyed the 6 countries was the 6 countries, not Qin. The people of Qin did not have time to mourn, but the later generations mourned. The later generations mourned but did not reflect, but also caused the later generations to mourn the later generations. This was a profound judgment. The historical lesson was described in detail and thought-provoking. It was a warning for the later generations, but also a feeling of concern for the country and its people. But these words, in Pai Lupi's ears, were extremely ironic. After Li Wangyu finished reciting the several hundred words of Epang Palace Ode, the Taiji Palace Ode was so quiet that it was suffocating. Whether it was the officials of the aristocratic families, Fang Xianling or Gao Shilian, none of them dared to make a sound. They were afraid of angering Pai Lupi on the throne and inviting trouble to themselves. But the eyes of the aristocratic family officials were filled with excitement. They felt that Li Wangyu was simply seeking his own death. To recite such a magnificent masterpiece in the air, it was completely rubbing Li Er's face on the ground, rubbing it against his face again and again. If Pai Lupi did not severely punish Li Wangyu today, where would his dignity as an emperor be? Ma Zhou and the others at this moment were ashen-faced. Their hands and feet could not help but tremble. Their division master was courting death. Ma Zhou wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to think about Pai Lupi's thoughts? Why did he have to follow Pai Lupi's hint and submit the memorial? If he could, he would rather see Li Wangyu be punished. Even if he was sent to the censorate's prison, he would not complain. Pai Lupi on the throne at this moment was on the verge of exploding. Even if he was an emperor, to be ridiculed by Li Wangyu with such a masterpiece, he could not tolerate it. Li Er could imagine that this Epang Ode to Palace would definitely be passed down through the ages, and accompanying it would be his heroic reputation.